certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Well, viva la revolucion, I guess, kids. Welcome to the show. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I apologize for all this. I told you on Tuesday morning, I said I'm getting that feeling in the back of your throat where like viruses first start catching and reproducing. I said, I think I'm getting sick. And then yesterday, after the morning show, my voice was going, and I started to congest in the nose a little bit. It's all that cocaine, all the speedballs I've been doing. And then last night, SP and I are hanging out. We're watching a movie, and all of a sudden, my just sinuses and everything just exploded. Like it all came together pretty quick. It was just like it all at once, just. Everything got congested. You know that thing where where you're breathing out of your mouth and you sound like a pug? You're just because you can't get anything in through your nose. Like whatever you bring in doesn't get past your sinuses. So I've got that thing going on. My voice is a little raspy. I sound very, very sexy. I mean, it's undeniable, I think, to most that this is very much a sex symbol kind of a thing. So in between me talking with a gruff voice and desperately inhaling with that same mouth to get oxygen because my nose is useless, we're going to have ourselves a great show today, boys and girls. Rabbi Smoothie says it all started when you were trying to scream to recreate the drop. That, you know what, that could be part of it. That could be part of it. Diamonds and Henna gifting a couple memberships to start the show today. Thank you very much. That shows a lot of faith in today's show that you're dropping memberships before we even get started. I mean, I can promise you it ain't that good. Also, I want to, oh my God, excuse me. I want to thank Ethan, who was behind in the evening show yesterday. He loved the Charlie Kirk coverage. He really enjoyed the program. He dropped $100 on us last night. Thank you very much, Ethan. So I do owe Ethan one of these.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
I tell you that, like, I know that we trigger the internet and we trigger the world. Nova was telling me something very nice today. He was texting me before the show. And then I just told him, I go, look, man, you're into this internet too much. Like, you take it too seriously. Like, try to chill out. I like you. I told him I like you. And he's currently going off on me now in my texts. He's like, oh, all these people are coping about you. I'm like, oh, that's all these people ever do is cope about me, dude. I've been trying to tell you this. No, I tried to tell you so many things. I'm just like, you know what? We got the Charlie Kirk stuff going on. I'm covering that, balls to the walls, shit that matters. And I'm like, he goes, your life is shit. And I'm like, I have so many friends and family, a lovely girlfriend, amazing kids. I'm like, you got to get off the internet, dude. Like, you're letting a show like dictate how you run your life. It's like, you got to stop. Oh yeah, well, you're a piece of shit. And it's just like, okay, all right. Some people you can't help. You really can't. But people are going to get really mad now that Ethan dropped $100 on the evening show because they were excited. We missed by 60 yesterday. I just didn't ask a lot last night until the end because I was like, we're talking about the Charlie Kirk thing. I don't want to go like, hey, don't forget the goal and blah, blah, blah. And so I essentially did the whole first hour of the show, and we're like, if something happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. No big deal. So we missed by about 60, and people were very excited. And then now Ethan drops in 100, so not only did we knock out last night, not only is the week still perfect, but we're well into tonight as well. So thank you, guys. Thank you very much. But, and I got up early this morning because I was prepping a show last night. Oh, boy, he's still going off. He's still going off. I'm not going to block the guy. Like, I do like Nova in spite of himself, but he just gets too close to all of these people. Like, he really just gets too close to all of this internet stuff, and it just kind of blinds him. It's too bad. It's too bad. But we knocked it out. I see Clippers Unite is already coping about the toe. It doesn't make me feel good that I break these people so heavily. It doesn't make me feel good, but they keep coming to me to die. We have a lot to talk about today.
Why do they come to me to die? Why do they come to me to die?
Somebody, too, says, was Walls really talking about Kirk? Yeah, when he said, what's the Walls thing where he said, I wake up in the morning and I hope something happens. And he was talking about Trump dying. And it's just like, they're not going to... They're never going to admit they were wrong. They're never going to admit that they had any, hand in this. They're not going to admit that, I'm sorry, the political left in this country, and I said it last night, the right needs to own January 6th when it comes to political violence. True, absolutely, 100%. Terrible look. Although Ashley Babbitt, I think, got the worst of that deal. But the left, like the normalization of violent rhetoric, the normalization of demonizing people to the point where you tell these sick, crazy lefties and these schizophrenics and all these other people that these people are fascists and Nazis. And then in the next breath, you think it's unrelated, but you go, we should kill Nazis. Nazis should be eliminated, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, did you forget the people who you're calling Nazis? It's you call Charlie Kirk, you call people like that a Nazi. And then a day later, you say Nazis should be killed. You have sick, crazy people who follow you. And they now we know they take shots at people. And you can never get the left to own that. Like there was Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren was being interviewed. And they're like, you going to tone it down a little bit? Like, you're going to stop with all this screeching about how evil these people are rather than, kind of do it Tip O'Neill, Ronald Reagan style where, it's just you and me. We just disagree. Does everyone need to listen to some Dave Mason? Is that what we need to do? There ain't no good guy. There ain't no bad guy. But they don't want to stop, man. They're addicted to it. They don't want to stop yelling and screaming about how evil these people who disagree with them are. Bare facts. Charlie Kirk had a wife and 2 small children who will never remember that he existed. They're so young, they didn't form any memories about their dad. They won't remember their dad alive. And the only thing they're going to see online, or not the only thing, but one of the most tragic things they're going to see about their dad is the video of him getting shot because it's everywhere. I wish it would be taken down, but you can't. It's not something the public needs to see. It's traumatizing. It's bad for people's brains, I think, to see stuff like that. There's a reason soldiers come home messed up. They see really wild shit all the time. I don't think civilians should be, inundated with that kind of violence. I think it's bad for us. But, Charlie Kirk was a guy who had a wife and kid and was literally just doing what he thought was best for their future. And he went to colleges and he talked to people. He went to colleges and he debated with people. And for the most part, he treated them with respect. He was good to them. He was nice to them. It's gross. Main Vein with $1 says, after last night's debacle with Kash Patel and Harrison's tweet, I'm convinced Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Dude, I'm never going to not think that somebody had Charlie Kirk killed. After everything we've been through, after all the news we have on all this other stuff, it's just, I'm never going to be in a place where I'm like, oh yeah, the thing they're telling me is 100% everything that happened. So do I think Israel killed Charlie Kirk? I'm going to go with no on that one. And I'll tell you why. I know Charlie had become critical of Israel in the last few weeks, but he was still very much in all of his talks pro-Israel. He loves Israel. That's one of the biggest disagreements I had with Charlie Kirk. He thought they were a force for good in the world. There was the Harrison Smith tweet months ago. And if Harrison would have said this after Charlie Kirk was killed, I would have given it less weight. But he wrote back in August or July, he said, someone very close to Charlie Kirk told me that Charlie is worried if he speaks out against Israel, he will be killed. I don't really think Charlie Kirk has been speaking out against Israel. I think he's been criticizing the war effort and how Bibi's conducted it. But he's very much been a I love Israel, blue and white flag, our greatest ally, democracy in the Middle East guy. I don't know. Maybe Israel's killed for less, I suppose. But I really don't think that, Charlie Kirk carried water for the administration on Epstein and all of that stuff. He gave up a lot of his reputation to say, what was it? I'm going to trust my friends in the government. That's not something a conservative typically says. Clippers unite. Oh, this was another thing the anti-steel toe crowd went delusional over. Last night while we were rallying for the goal, I was like, come on, guys. We had some great Charlie Kirk coverage tonight. We fucking killed it. I think the show was worth it today. The stuff I always say. A guy clipped like 20 seconds of it. He's like, the fake outrage of the anti-steel toe people is so laughable that I think they mock themselves at this point. This guy was, Aaron's such a terrible guy. Meanwhile, they're like, yeah, send that schizophrenic to stalk Aaron and film him. That guy could take a shot at me someday. I'm very reticent of that fact. That, there's similar, on a much smaller scale, there are people with an audience that tell their audience to follow me around and film me and direct them to, and that shit escalates and then they pretend I'm the devil. Like, I get that. I get that you guys are fucking off your rocker. But Clippers unite. Making money off blood of an American who actually had dignity is a new low even for you. Bro, cry harder. Really. Your news talk show is talking about the news. Fuck me in the ass, I guess. The war you may claim exists is over. May you live forever with your reputation. All right. Sorry, Clippers unite. Nobody is buying your righteous indignation. I'm sorry. Nobody watching this show right now is buying your horse shit. And I know that's frustrating, but thank you. JD Straight Shot with $5 says Trump will do anything to cover up the Epstein list. There are, when you're a guy like Charlie Kirk, there are so many different groups of people that could be suspect. I think it's really strange that they haven't caught the guy yet. This was a well-attended event. This was a guy who was 200 yards away. We have video of him jumping from the rooftops like a goddamn Robin Hood movie. They've detained 2 people. They've released them both. This is odd. It is very strange. There's kind of this thing where when someone gets shot like this, the person who shoots him does not last very long. He doesn't get away, and this guy so far has gotten away. So it is a little strange. I know I've had a lot of people writing me telling me I think this was a inside job sort of deal. I think this was, Israel, or I think that, pick whoever your favorite group is, and they think it was them. I don't know. I want them to arrest the guy so we can find out who it was. Rabbi Smoothie says Mossad. You better take it easy. You're a rabbi, Smoothie. And he says Mossad. Brian says professionals tend to get away. Okay, if it's a hit on Charlie Kirk, the only thing I can come to is, Because I don't think it's the Israel thing. I think Charlie Kirk was really useful for Israel. He goes to college campuses and he talks about how they're the best ally we have. There's a difference between he's feeling the public pressure from his right because the right is turning on Israel, the Nick Fuentes faction and all that. There's a difference between him criticizing the war in Gaza and turning on Israel. He's not turning on Israel, or he hadn't turned on Israel. So I don't think it's that. I think what it could be, if we're going down the conspiracy road, Charlie Kirk was really starting to have an impact on young voters. Charlie Kirk was starting to, the messages that he brought to these college campuses were getting through. Gen Z and Gen Alpha are far more conservative than their millennial, Gen X, and even boomer the boomers were hippies, boomer counterparts. Charlie Kirk was having an impact in an institution that had been a monopoly for the left for 60 years, at least. For dead in Ohio. Like he broke into that. And nobody had broke into that before. And I think a lot of that could motivate people to be like, we got to do something about this Charlie Kirk fella. So I don't know. A lot of people want to go the Israel route because I think it is the easiest. It would be a lot easier if we had someone in custody that did it and we could figure out what the motivation was. He was talking about trans shooters when he was shot. Whether or not that's just a coincidence, I don't know. Los Federales with $1 says, I'm not even American and I'm filled with anger inside. We as a society, regardless of opinion, cannot accept to have a man assassinated for the world to see. MSNBC, CNN ran absolute pieces of shit. The media is at fault. Well, I mean, look, we're going to be able to break all of this down today because when I go to the prep sites that I go to, when I go to the CNNs and the TMZs and the, Mediaites and the Twitter accounts I follow to prep the show, they're all talking about the same thing. Like, they're all talking about Charlie Kirk. This is all there is out in the world. We'll talk 9/11 today, the shooting in Colorado. We've got a few other things. What we're really going to focus on today is people's reactions, the good, the bad, and the ugly. A media guy has already lost his job over the Charlie Kirk thing, and in my opinion, well earned. Some of these people just came right out of the gate firing. Seems like a professional Soros hit. The guy is probably out of the country already. To quote Alexander Usyk, I don't know. I have no idea. So I'm not sure who did it. But there's, again, a guy like Charlie Kirk. Could be any number of people. Did anybody see the video? And we'll watch it later. Did anyone see the video of the people behind Charlie Kirk seemingly giving hand signals? This was fucking bizarre. There were two guys. One of them was in like a white hoodie, and he's doing like baseball signs while Charlie Kirk is speaking, just literally seconds before Charlie was shot. He was like, hey, first sign indicator, and then he's swiping like he was telling a guy to steal third base. Then there was another guy giving like some of these, and a couple seconds later, Charlie was shot, and people were like, were these two signaling the shooter? I don't know, man. The one guy was standing right behind Charlie Kirk. I don't know if you're going to signal a shooter while you're standing right behind the target. I don't know how plausible that is. But I don't, anything's possible. This is what we call the fog of war. This is where we're getting all kinds of information coming in right away. Some of it's going to be bullshit. Some of it's going to be real. People are going to argue about, this is the part where people are going to argue about things that may or may not have ever happened. It's okay. Everybody wants to jump down everyone's throat, but it's like in lieu of answers, people will make up their own, and that's part of the talking about it. JD Straight Shot with $2 says, what's the deal? What's the deal with September in America? Today's 9/11. Another thing we never got a straight answer on, if we're being honest. It's Chips and Diff did say in the comments earlier, he goes, Aaron, have you forgotten about 9/11? I feel like you've forgotten. I have not forgotten about 9/11. It's 24 years today. I was in television production class in 9th grade, and my friend Chad Lawrence, who I played baseball with, he came into the editing studio that I was in. I was editing some tape because I was a cool kid. And he said, Aaron, an airplane just flew into the World Trade Center. And I looked at him, I go, dude, that's not even fucking funny to joke about. And he's like, no, really, we're all watching it. And I got out, I looked, and it was probably like 10, 15 minutes later after we were watching it. I was standing there for 10, 15 minutes. Fucking another plane crashes into the World Trade Center. So I remember where I was, always will. I probably haven't seen Chad Lawrence in about 20 years, but yet I'll remember him forever because of the tie to 9/11. Redbird with $1 says, already video of mobs of people beating the fuck out of people celebrating the assassination. Yeah, I heard there was something that went down in Idaho last night, overnight. Like there was some kind of vigil for Charlie Kirk, and it turned violent. Like, we're going to play a Greg Gutfeld clip a little bit later on. He dropped an F-bomb on old Fox News yesterday over this, and he's right. He goes, it's hard to radicalize Republicans. The problem is the left is known for radicalization with Marxism, socialism, communism. I mean, extremism and violence is baked into the cake. But here's the problem. The right is hard to make extreme, but once you do, you get death squads. So we got to turn down the temperature on this thing, and it feels like a broken record to say, oh, we got to turn down the temperature. We got to turn down. We've been saying this during the Steve Scalise shooting. We said this during January 6th. We said this when that Democrat went crazy and shot people here in Minnesota. We said it when Trump was the assassination attempt on Trump, both of them. And now the Charlie Kirk thing. It's like, but then you talk to people like Elizabeth Warren, and she don't want to turn it down. She don't want to tone down the rhetoric. So, what are you going to do? And the fact that they can't, the fact that you can't find this guy, it's quite bizarre. Quite bizarre. The Tatler says your school started at 7 a.m. About 7:40 Central. You got to remember, I'm Central Time. When did Tower 1 get hit? It happened at 8:46 Eastern Time. So 7:45. Yeah, school had already started. I was already in class. I was already editing my tape. That's what we did. We went in. We edited our tape. That's what TV production class was. And then the second tower got hit at like 45 minutes later, I feel like. Tower 2 was struck at 8:03. Oh, about 17 minutes later. Yeah. So he came and got me, told me about it, and then as soon as we start watching again, second plane hits the tower. Yeah, school had already started. Or was it 7:20? One of the two. So, yes, we are going to watch a bunch of Charlie Kirk stuff today. Thank you guys for your contributions. Thank you for chatting. Also today, I want you guys to be able to feel like you can come here, get whatever's on your chest off your chest, because there's nothing worse than people holding shit in and letting it fester and get worse. You got something to say, you can say it here. Phantom X says 9th grade in 01. Fuck, Aaron's an old. 38, my man. 38. Rational Redhead says the right doesn't seem to get that we are in a Cold War that is heating up. The left knows that we were at war and are acting like it. It doesn't feel like one country anymore. It doesn't feel like Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan are debating each other on how to spend your taxpayer funds. It feels like a true... it feels like an intellectual struggle. It feels like a philosophical struggle, and one side is turning to violence while the other one tries to turn its cheek. Because, and I think on the right, the reason they're trying to turn their cheek and not turn violent is because they know when the right wing turns violent, a whole fuckload of people die. Because you got to remember, the left has more of a feminine mindset where they lash out. They lash out, they're impulsive, whatever. The right is like dad. And the right goes, if I get involved, I'm going to end this once and for all. Meaning people are getting rounded up. Extrajudicial killings. Like I said, death squads. That's what happens when the right wing gets pissed off and decides to take action. Is Charlie Kirk the guy they're going to do it over? Probably not. But it's very clear that the left in this country is not going to let the right wing ever try any of their ideas in this country. They're not going to be allowed to do it. Their leaders will be shot at. Their advocates will be assassinated. And the people will be tried to be cowed into standing in line. You know, what's happening in Charlotte? CNN's reaction was, boy, the reaction to this is really racist. Well, a lot of people are getting radicalized. A lot of people are, you know, I saw someone say that assassin's bullet did nothing but killed the moderate right in this country. That you're going to, and I think that's, I said this last night and I believe it, the right wing needs to just start accepting, or just right of center. They need to start accepting everyone. All of the moderates, all of the barely leaning right conservatives, all of the Christian conservatives. That's the wild thing about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was just your run-of-the-mill Christian conservative guy. He wasn't a radical. He wasn't no H. Rap Brown. He wasn't no Stokely Carmichael. Like, he's not Nick Fuentes. And they killed him for it. They killed him, and he wasn't even an extremist. He went and he wanted to talk to kids about not cutting your cock off at college. And they killed him for it. Charlie was like a normal dad with a couple of kids, and he liked Jesus. And he talked about it a lot. And they killed that guy. Somebody tried to kill Nick Fuentes already. I think what the right needs to do is they need to say, look, all of these people who identify themselves as on the right, they are our family. Some of them is the crazy psychotic cousin who only wants to talk about the Jews at Thanksgiving. But he's part of our family. Like, you got to stop shunning Fuentes. You got to stop saying that, I don't know, the Daily Wire guys are not conservative enough, or that Dave Smith isn't right-wing enough, or that libertarians are immature or whatever. I mean, all that can be true, and you don't have to stop criticizing people for that, but you do have to kind of see them as your family, because they are gunning for you and they are trying to kill you. And that's something that should be taken seriously. Redbird with $1 says, genuinely how? The tone has been set. If you want a genuine conversation, you will be executed in front of your children. Glenn Beck said his daughter was there too, saw the whole thing. Yeah, that is the weirdest part. How do you walk this? It seems very difficult to walk something like this back. How do you take this moment and say, hey, do you guys want to go back to talking to each other? You really run the risk of a lot of these conservatives. I mean, Charlie Kirk had millions of fans, if not tens of millions of fans. What if those fans don't feel like talking to you anymore? Even if we wanted to walk it back, could we? I don't know if we could. And where does this put us as a country? I think it fractures us even more. It's getting to the point where we might be a country in name only, because the two sides don't see themselves as pulling in the same direction. Los Federales with $1 says, I don't even want to watch the close-up video, but man, it was plastered all over the place. It was impossible to avoid. Shit shook me to my core so hard I had to watch 2 Girls, 1 Cup just to feel better. You guys are disgusting. You are disgusting. Dexter Morgan, you know what? It's funny that you say that, because I thought of making that joke just to kind of loosen things up. Dexter Morgan says, I heard the main suspect is Bob Lee Swagger. Yeah, he threw an Eagles jacket in the garbage and he got away. Rabbi Smoothie says, Glenn Beck makes everything about him. Obviously, his family wasn't targeted. He and Charlie were really close. So, and a lot of people, when they try to relate to things, they, viewing it through their lens makes it a little more real to them. I'm not going to get on people for the way that they're going to process this thing. There's no right or wrong way to do it. Dead Game says, if you mean the crazy bitch Fuentes pepper sprayed and pushed down, not very dangerous. No, I'm talking about the guy in the bike helmet, the motorcycle helmet that was waiting for him to answer his door so he could murder him. He went and killed like 3 other people that night. And he knocked on Fuentes' door, buzzed him, rang his doorbell, told him to come out, said, Nick, come out. He's going to kill Nick Fuentes. Hobo says, but let's be honest, if we had a Baton Death March for all the left, that would be kind of cool. I said it last night. I think this country, and it sounds so quaint, but this country does need Jesus. I think secular America was a mistake. I think a lot of me growing older is realizing that a lot of those Christian conservatives in the early 2000s that I made fun of and called squares and stuff like that, that those people were probably right. It's like finding out your parents do know better. Is that we tried to find a secular role model. We tried to find a secular example to kind of follow, and it doesn't exist. And when you look at Jesus Christ, he's probably the best example to follow for trying to live a good life and trying to treat people well and trying not to create animus amongst your fellow man. Jesus Christ is probably the light and the way, as they say. And, you know, Christian conservatives, when I was a kid, were like, when we took God out of the schools, we lost our way. And you're like, oh, shut the fuck. But now I'm starting to think, well, maybe those guys were right. Maybe that is the way to go. Maybe we do need a little more God in God and country. Labglass says, it's strange to seeing my friends post about Kirk while hardly any posted about Annunciation School. Like I said, everybody grieves differently. I will say this. I see a lot of people saying kind of like what I've been saying, which is I wasn't even a Charlie Kirk guy, which I wasn't. But this is so radically fucked up that it kind of makes them all Charlie Kirk guys. Like I said, the right's just kind of grabbing their own and going, you know what? Well, I may not be a big fan of yours, but. And I think as long as you're speaking honestly, and I think Charlie Kirk did, like my thing with Ben Shapiro is that he's obviously a shill, you know? And he's dishonest and he's manipulative. I don't like that about Ben Shapiro. But Charlie Kirk was a genuine guy, you know. Hobo Chili Recipe says, this isn't the left. This is some tier 1 contracted assassin by globalism. I think the shooter might be wearing a Jew frisbee. I don't know. Again, the fact that we haven't arrested him sets off alarm bells in my head, Hobo. Contracted for globalism. Hobo, you have a military background. You know this stuff better than most. I've been told that 200-yard shot, not a difficult shot to make. You don't need to be a military guy. You don't need to be a sniper. You know, some people are calling him a sniper. Holy shit, what a shot. I've been told it's not a difficult shot to make. Please let us know. Hobo Chili says, Aaron, I'm a Christian and I don't want violence, but if we have a defensive posture and now we're being threatened. That's true. And then we'll play that in the Gutfeld clip. You know, in the Gutfeld clip, he says, Republicans are hard to radicalize. We don't radicalize easy. But, and we'll play the but a little bit later. Eagle of America says, has Bill Maher said anything? I think Bill knew Charlie Kirk. Oh, he had Charlie Kirk on his show, and I thought they got along pretty well. Helgi says, Charlie Kirk was a Zionist cuck for Israel. That's why it's weird and doesn't really make sense. That's kind of what I've been thinking, is that Charlie Kirk was such a pro-Israel guy. There's no reason for this to be like a Mossad hit. Somebody, too, says 200-yard shot isn't difficult at all if you shoot every now and then and you have the right gun. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor, I like a little levity in here. Hobo, while you are answering questions based on your experience, milk or cream for SOS, respectfully. MSO says, you've also got to take this into account on a 200-yard shot. You should be nervous, your heart racing if you're not a professional. That's a good point. And you're thinking this might be the last thing I ever do because they're going to fucking kill me. Like, how long did it take the Secret Service to take out the Trump shooter? Like, a couple of shots? Right away. It was just bing, 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 right in succession. Grand Poobah with $2 says, I think about Kirk's kids. Both of them are so young, especially his son. When they're adults, pretty much their only memories of dad will be stories people tell them. Genuinely breaks my heart. That one got me too yesterday, was that that terrified me. That his children are too young to make memories. And so they'll never know their dad. That's really shitty. And that alone makes you want to curb stomp this motherfucker into oblivion. That he took two kids, like, fuck the politics, forget the, going to colleges and all that stuff. He took They took a good man who had two little kids, a little boy and a little girl who depended on him, and they took him away from them. And, that's enough to make you swear a life of vengeance. And a woman, his beautiful wife, who now, I can't remember what but SP and I were talking about this. And SP is not political at all. And she wasn't really that familiar with Charlie Kirk. She's like, when you did your live stream about the breaking news, that's how I learned about Charlie Kirk. And she's not political at all, doesn't have a dog in the fight. And she was like, I just feel so depressed. She's like, I'm just so bummed about this. Is such a terrible thing to happen. And I think for a lot of people, it's the fact that he had a family, he had wife and kids, and they were young, and they were the ideal American couple, and that was all just snuffed out with one shot. I actually heard that from quite a few people who were like, I'm depressed today. I'm not even political. I never really watched Charlie Kirk, but I just don't feel good today. So a lot of people are feeling that. Hobo had a thought on the shooting, and I wanted to get to his take on the whole deal because I do value it. Tin the Toolman Taylor says not many calibers that require elevation corrections at that range. Everything should be pretty flat if zeroed at 100 yards. Hobo. Oh, they're talking about the military in the chat. All right. His little boy is going to go full Bruce Wayne. I'm heartbroken today. Packerbacker says 200 yards is an easy shot. 200 yards at a tiny target is different. Kirk wears vests, and they weren't going to miss like they did Trump. Had to hit that spot between the neck and upper part of the vest. Well, they missed the vest, that's for sure. Trampling at the Zoo said Netanyahu had a long Twitter post. Charlie was starting to notice it's a fucking war against whites and a war against Christians. Like it or not, we are in the middle of the war. We can organize I said a few weeks ago, I said maybe another crusade is needed. Because Christianity can settle this. Christianity has the numbers, has the power, has the money, has the technology. We can settle these people down. If Christendom did band together, and Christianity and the Western world the last couple hundred years does kind of have a reputation of letting shit go to hell, but then when they decide to fight back, they set it straight. Maybe that's what's needed. Maybe that's what's necessary. Maybe we're past talking. I don't know. But if Christendom made a comeback and wanted to dust off the sword, maybe we could settle this. Maybe we could get everybody, maybe if you take the right action, maybe you could settle everyone back down. You get this world calmed down again. I don't know. Waylon with $5 says, people talking about Charlie Kirk end up talking about themselves. Was getting old and pissing me off. You said you don't judge how others work through this, and that makes a lot of sense. Thanks. Glad I could help. Crowder Wears Panties says, assassins slept easy tonight. If they haven't caught the guy in a university full of cameras, then they're going to frame a patsy and the government will get away with another murder. I mean, just think about that, though. Think about how little trust people have in our institutions that they're like, I already think this is going to happen. But SP said something last night about Charlie's family. She said his wife is going to bed without her husband, and I thought about that. And I'm like, that is terrible. But I also thought, do you really think she went to sleep last night? Do you think the Kirk family, she might have went to bed, but did she rest? Probably not. Not after that. Tear ducts working in overtime. You ever been really overwhelmed with grief and you're just bawling your eyes out? At some point, you're just like, where is the moisture coming from for these? You cry so much, you're in pain afterwards. We have a lot of people writing in about the shot and a bunch of other stuff. We're going to get to as much of it as we can today. We've got a lot of clips. A lot of clips about this. A lot of people were reacting. And a lot of people were reacting very well. I think it's important that we play both. A lot of people are kind of rage baiting themselves a little bit. A lot of people are like, look at what this dickhead said. Look at what this piece of shit said. And it's good that you watch that. It's good to know who the enemy is. It's good to know who relishes in somebody having their a father of two and a husband having their throat shot out for going somewhere and having a conversation with people. It's good because those people are the enemy. But it's also good to see the people who disagreed with him philosophically and were very, very kind. Like, I think Cenk Ugyur should be held up as an example of the left today. I think if you put that whole lefty movement in the hands of Cenk Uygur and the Young Turks, I think you could do a lot worse, because he was incredibly gracious, kind. It was heartfelt. It was thoughtful. What he said about Charlie Kirk, he was crying. He knew Charlie. And I think Cenk is, pardon the phrase, one of the good ones. But like, you even had Hassan Piker. Like, Hassan Piker was scared shitless. Like, it was nice to see Hassan Piker have a human moment for 1 second in his fucking life when he saw Charlie Kirk get shot, and he shit his pants. It was the most vulnerable I'd ever seen Hassan. But then you got fucking Destiny has to be a snarky. The thing about Destiny is doesn't go outside. He's another example of a guy who lives on the computer. He doesn't go outside, and he had to be snarky because that's cool. It's not, it takes a lot of vulnerability and confidence to be genuine. It's fucking easy to be an edgelord on the internet. And don't I know, I encounter them every day. They're easily breakable, weak people. It takes a really strong motherfucker to go out and just be honest. And I think Destiny felt like he had to say something wacky. He had to say something that the internet would pat him on the back for. I don't know. So it was nice to see, surprising in some senses, but nice to see some of the usual suspects actually being cool about it. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, breaking news, local evening jock and two-time divorcee ponders, where does the moisture come from? All right, we're taking things a bit out of context. I saw a guy clipped me like 20 seconds of me going, we had a great show tonight. The Charlie Kirk stuff was good. Let's hit the goal, trying to get him to rally at the end. And by the way, we did end up hitting the goal and going over last night, so thank you. And I saw fucking boomer old man. He's basically Opie now Kumia, like retweeted like, hey, Aaron's a piece of shit. And you're like, bro, do you like, are you like just the boomer now who scrolls Facebook memes and you're like, that's how you learn history now? Like, you watched a 26-second clip of a guy whose Twitter name is probably Aaron's the biggest retarded ass, so I hope he fucking dies.net. Probably has a picture of me as his avatar, making a weird face or something. Like, you really bought that instead of watching for yourself? Boomers, man. They're just aging out of the program is what they're doing. They're just aging out of the program. Hassan, I think Sean said this, potentially criminal Sean. He said Hassan wants to be gangsta till gangsta shit goes down. Nobody wants to get fucking shot in the throat. Charlie Kirk didn't want to get shot in the throat. Now, I think something impressive about Charlie Kirk is that if you asked Charlie, are you willing to die for this? He would have said yes. Riding Dirty Llama says, what? Oh, I don't know what that means. Oh, he's talking to someone else in the chat. I was like, that's an interesting thought, but I don't know what it means. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, did Boomer Imholt just claim someone's username ended in .net? All right, yesterday it was the landmine field thing. I talk for 4.5 to 7 hours a day. I have one little thing, and it gets picked out. Yes, I ended it in .net. I was going to say kill me, but that doesn't seem appropriate today. Yesterday, I'm going on this big, long rant, and I end it with, it's like you're going through an extra chromosome landmine field. And I continue on with the show, and sure enough, one person just goes, really, Aaron? Landmine field? Can't win. Turtle Steel Shell says, watch the close-up video. No way he was alive when he hit the ground. His body may have had a pulse, but dude was gone the moment he became a gusher. Yeah, he wasn't going to survive that. That was really, really bad. All right, let's get into some of the reactions. Like I said, I wanted to spend a lot of this first hour gauging your reactions, seeing what you thought, seeing where everyone else is today. But not yet. Now people are laughing about landmine field. We'll get a show out of this today. I promise you. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We appreciate you being here today. While we do have plenty to talk about, most of it will be Charlie Kirk related. By the way, that $100 from Ethan, thank you. He said, behind in chat, the week is still perfect. That was from last night at 8:46, so about 16 minutes after the show was over. Thank you, Ethan. We still have a perfect week going. And also, we were over 400 yesterday. In terms of members, that has the expirations have come in. We're now 9 away from 400. Every time we hit a 100 on the members number, I do extra time. So we will be going to 11 today. If we get those 9 gifted memberships. Thank you. Joey Caravello with $5 says Mussolini was right. Fascism is the solution to America's problems. I think what happens is the problem gets so big that fascism looks like the solution. Sam Show says, then Mussolini got sodomized by a flagpole. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, people are commenting on the video of him getting shot. It's fucking brutal. You guys want to do the, in that vein, let's do the Hassan video first. This is Hassan seeing the video, Hassan Piker, and his reaction, I think, says it all. I think a lot of us had this reaction to the video.
There is a closer footage of Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck here as well, where you can oh, he's dead. Oh, my God, he's definitely dead. Oh, my God, I can't believe I just saw that. Oh, my God.
Yeah, he went limp, and it was terrible.
Oh, my God. Oh, he definitely got shot in the neck. Oh, my God.
How long does it take someone to die from something like that? Because they did say that he was at the hospital and they stabilized him and they were accepting blood donations for Charlie Kirk. It's like, how long? Like, I understand it takes the body a certain amount of time to desanguinate and be like officially dead. Like, I think the moment he got shot, he was out and he didn't wake up after that, but like to actually be dead, it must take a fucking long time. So that now we got Hassan. He's
oh my God. Oh, he definitely got shot in the neck. Oh my God. Oh fuck.
I really hope something like this changes Hassan Piker, and he starts to realize the platform he has and the audience he has and what he's pumping into them. I really hope that he sees this and he realizes, holy shit, this could happen to me, or one of my fans could do this to somebody else. Because there's a lot of people out there that are just so happy to have an audience, they don't care what they're fomenting. You know, I'm a traditionally trained broadcaster, and we are trained that when someone gets too parasocial, when someone gets a little too wacky, you keep them at a distance. You got a lot of these people, and I'm sorry, it's most of the anti-steel toe crowd that, like, they just, if somebody who's crazy and potentially violent hates Aaron, let's enable him as much as we can. I mean, it not only is it irresponsible, it's ignorant. It shows that you really are just desperate for an audience. You don't know how to gather one on your own, and you don't care what you foment so long as people listen to you, because your whole life nobody has.
No, that footage, that you do not want to see that. You do not want to see that.
I agree with him.
You do not want to see that. That footage, the close-up footage shows very clearly immediately blood pouring out of his jugular. He gets shot in the neck, blood pouring out of his jugular, like an unimaginable amount of blood pouring out of his jugular. There is very, very little chance that he survived that. I don't know if he did, but it doesn't seem like it. Oh my God. That was fucking devastating. Holy shit. I don't know what to say. Oh my Lord. Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. America is so absolutely fucked. Oh.
I agree with him there. Like, that's the most I've ever agreed with Hassan Piker. But I hope Hassan Piker realizes that he has a shitload of fans. And he can talk to them. And he can tell them that. And he can convince them of that. You know, these people are so proud of themselves that they have an audience that they can manipulate and they can tell shit to. But it's like, How about now, today, 9/11, they said that America changed, like the day of 9/11, 9/11 and 9/12, we were never closer together as a country. We have a shot to do that on this 9/11. If people like Hassan can go to their audience and go, guys, we got to stop. We can have intellectual debates, and those are awesome. But we are in this together. We are a team. We should all be pulling in the same direction. And we are not enemies. We are relatives, if nothing else. We're in a dysfunctional family, but we're not Hatfields and McCoys. But I don't know. Does Hassan Piker get on today and just same old, same old? Or does something change? Because it's really difficult to look at yourself and go, what part of the problem am I? And then try to change that. I hope that people remember this. I hope they hang on to this feeling. The problem is, rarely do these situations change people. People usually end up reverting back to what they are, unfortunately. We will see. It's it is a completely fucked up situation. There's no doubt about it. If you're skeptical, like I said, you can come here to this show and you can say whatever you want to kind of process this, to get through it. Nobody here is going to judge you or anything like. I mean, don't be a prick and be disingenuous, but like to process your actual feelings, that's fine. I don't think there's any wrong way to do it. But are any of these people going to change long term? Holy shit, I hope so. But what I know about people is probably not. Brittany Boo gifting a membership to Rabbi Smoothie. Thank you very much for that. Then we got Lab Glass gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Rabbi Smoothie getting the first one. And Lab Glass's gifted membership going to Give Me Tips. Thank you so much. 7 away from 400. Father Justin Queso says landmine field is the same as bong hit transplant. Well, there we are. Redbird says people should be forced to watch the close-up and told this is what happens when you spend years dehumanizing your opponent. King Kong Dong with $1. And again, thank you, Lab Glass. King Kong Dong with $1. Says, happy 9/11, everyone. Don't dress as your favorite Twin Tower. It is highly frowned upon. Everybody processes differently. Redbird with $1 says he just realized the odds of someone deciding he needs the same treatment just went up exponentially. I hope righties decide that they should all go to college campuses en masse, in numbers, and do what Charlie Kirk did. I hope it doesn't stop that, because I think that was kind of the goal here, was to stop people like Charlie Kirk from going to college campuses and doing their thing. Aussie Mark says, I just can't get over his kids growing up fatherless. You're not alone, Aussie Mark. I mean, that's the thing that I keep going back to, is it's just those poor kids and that poor wife of his and how they imagine this life together and getting old. And, they're both very devout Christians. So marriage wasn't just a thing that they signed. It was embedded in their very soul. And for all that to change just like that, if nothing changes, the right's going to have to fight back, and I don't want to see that. I would like to see everybody just go and say, this ain't okay. Nobody, anybody who does this, I don't care if we feel the same way about trans people in sports or gays getting married or race or anything like that. We're arguing with our uncles. We're all family. It only goes to a certain level, and then we got to stop. Hopefully we get to that point. So far, I haven't seen a lot of that. Hopefully we see more. Zenman says, you missed my 5. I'm getting to it, buddy. I'm getting to it. I promise. I swear I'm getting to it. Mr. Beat says, Tim Pool has canceled all live events. God damn it, Tim. I get it. I understand it. I don't want to shit on Tim Pool, but that's kind of like an of course. Like, of course, Tim Pool, I'm canceling my events because I don't want to get shot. I believe that Charlie Kirk, if this happened to Jack Posobiec or Dave Smith or somebody like that, if this happened and Charlie Kirk lived, Charlie Kirk would be going to college campuses this weekend and next week. That's just Look, that's just my opinion on it, is that I think Charlie Kirk would be out there talking to college kids within a week and saying, you can't stop us. So I think canceling all your public appearances, I understand it. I think Tim just either just had a baby or has a baby on the way. I get it. I can't fault him for that. But I think if you're down for the cause, which I don't think Tim's ever really been down for the cause. I think he's a fence sitter. But if you're really down for the cause, you get out there. If you're, Alex, people have said, who's going to take up Charlie Kirk's mantle? And some people laughed at me yesterday when I said this. Why not Alex? Why not Alex Stein? I know he's not like the intellectual, well-read heavyweight that Charlie Kirk was. But Alex has gone down there and argued with people on college campuses as a character named Charlie Kirk. Why not Alex? I don't, if you're looking for someone who's going to match Charlie Kirk's intellect, that's kind of tough. Then I saw some people saying, well, does South Park bear any responsibility? South Park made fun of. South Park made fun of Charlie Kirk. They're allowed to make fun of Charlie Kirk. It's crazy that they would assassinate Kirk to try to cover up the racist black guy that killed a Ukrainian girl. I don't think that's what happened, because I'm seeing a lot of people online and people I talk to in real life say the same thing. They're kind of pairing together the killing of that Ukrainian girl in Charlotte and the Charlie Kirk thing, and they're saying, hey, white people, they want you dead. Sam Hyde, I thought, said something really good in response to the quartering. He said, I love you, but you're wrong on this. He said, these people want you dead. They want their wives to grow up widows, and they want their kids to grow up fatherless and vulnerable. These people want your blood. And I think in some aspects he's right, and I hope that changes. But I've got what I hope happens in the world, and I've got, I'm at that age now where I'm like, okay, but I've lived a life, and I know people, and I've seen things. And in this case, I really want the left in this country to go, Jesus Christ, these people aren't Nazis. They're not Hitler. They're not villains in this movie. We're all in this together. But that's my hope. That's my naive 20s libertarian hope. My 30s, pushing my 40s with 2 kids, I see myself in Charlie Kirk, or what I'd try to be, what I'd like to be in Charlie Kirk. And I say, these people aren't changing. And it's unfortunate, because the only way to stop people who want you dead is to kill them. And I don't want to see that happen in this country either, because as bad as things are now, violence rarely makes it better in the here and now. JD Straight Shot with $5 says, anything to distract from the negative 911,000 jobs report and the Epstein list. Trump is sick and he absolutely had this done. Cash is also bad at his job. Law enforcement is looking a little sus right now over this whole thing. I will give you that. Was that the jobs report really? Was negative 911,000? August jobs report. U.S. created 911,000 fewer jobs through March of 2025 than initially reported. So Trump fired his jobs number lady after one bad jobs report. She gets out there. He puts his guy in. He looks through the books and he goes, there's almost 1 million jobs that we said were created that weren't. It's not good. I don't think it has a lot of bearing on like a Charlie Kirk kind of a day, but it is something to talk about. Los Federales with $1 says, I was watching Tim Pool last night. While on the air, there was a message they received through a social media platform alluding to him being next. They stated they are forwarding the info to the FBI. I'm sure all those guys are getting that. Posobiec, Shapiro, all those guys are probably getting a lot of wild threats today, for sure. Meg says, and where's Bongino? A 5-word post on X. That's it. There's a lot of noise out there, So it's, that we're not at a shortage of hot takes, including this program. What my baby mama hoe ass says, it's getting out of hand. It's time to call the population. I think he meant call. I hope that doesn't become what happens. But how do you get rid of the radical elements that are wanting to do this? Fill some holes says a person I know on the left said, why couldn't it have been Trump? Yeah, that kind of thing. Not good. This is Zenman sent this in and said, this is Aaron describing an email account.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, that dang old internet, man, you just go on there and point and click, get in there and talk about www.com, and you got then that naked chicks on there, man. You go click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.
There you go. That's because I said someone's Twitter handle ended in .net. I can always count on you guys. Red's Mild Adventure says we haven't tried wholesale murder, and I hope we don't. Okay, let's get into some more of these clips. We've got a lot of reactions to Charlie Kirk, and a lot of them are, they range from really encouraging to incredibly disgusting. About 700 of you checking out the toe right now. Do me a favor, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, especially if you have people who want to talk about this. I think this is going to be the one, probably the best show out there to get your opinions heard on this whole deal. We're big enough to have a sizable audience, but we're small enough that your voice can be heard. Casey writing into the show says, my thoughts, because, you know, I gotta keep my phone here. I got to keep the two screens up. I got 5 different chats I got to watch. This one over on Facebook. Casey says, my thoughts on the video staying online. Let it stay up. May it always be there to keep the flame of rage and redemption burning for them. A murderous, dangerous mindset that will carry them for decades. And Marty says, do you think they have any chance of catching the shooter? Well, sir, I have watched enough Law and Order. I'll say this: every minute that they don't, and every guy that they arrest that isn't the guy, makes me a little more nervous that they're not going to catch him. And if they don't catch him, that's not exactly going to make me feel like it's not some kind of weird conspiracy. It's, you know, as time goes on and this guy or girl doesn't get caught, let's be honest, guy, it definitely makes me think something is up. When's the last time a public figure was assassinated publicly and they didn't catch the guy? I mean, Kennedy, but for a different reason. Dexter Morgan says we should have a minute's silence or a prayer for Charlie Kirk. Why don't we do that at the end of the show? It's like right now people want to talk about this. They want to discuss their feelings on the whole thing. I think stopping for a whole minute would be a little weird. Maybe at the end of the show, though, that's not a terrible idea. Rabbi Smoothie with $1 says, I just want to know if the traffic ever cleared up. Oh, my God. So that story. Yesterday, we're doing a live stream covering the Charlie Kirk thing in the afternoon. And we're watching the news, and the news is doing that thing where there's clearly not enough to know yet for them to justify still being on the air, so they're scrambling for material. They're talking to these witnesses. They're discussing the shooting. They're talking about how terrible it was. And then the reporter goes, and if things weren't bad enough, I want to show you right now, and they pan the camera over. This is the traffic at Utah Valley University, or at the University of Valley, Utah, or whatever. Dude, I'm not shitting you. We watched it. It was the one moment of levity we had in a miserable, terrible day. Is the news guy telling us, showing on camera, how bad the traffic was after Charlie Kirk's jugular was shot out. And we're like, oh, boy, you know, I really didn't think this was that bad of a deal until you showed me how bad traffic was. I mean, all this and bumper-to-bumper traffic? I mean, now I believe this is an American tragedy. They did. They just went, and look at how bad traffic is. Oh, my God. Imagine, think of the children. Turtle Steel Shell says, thank God we are finally talking about the victims of that terrible traffic. Yeah, that was, like I said, that was the one thing that kind of kept a little bit of levity with us yesterday was, did these, and I let it go because I kind of knew the audience was going to get to it. And they did. They were like, is that motherfucker really talking about traffic right now? Yep. Sure is. That's like 9/11, you know, them reporting on 9/11 and going, well, look at all these people. They're going to get their steps in today as they run from the dust cloud. Timothy with $5 on Venmo says, making comment, Venmo won't let me see when you see. Oh, well, I see now. I see you. I get it. Thank you, Timothy. Did I do that? Says Jews, black trannies, Jews, blacks, trannies. This chat is an echo chamber of shit daily, but yet we need to get better. Kind of hard when you dopes like you do daily in here. Well, I think your attitude is definitely the way to make things better, is attack people for having opinions. Marty says if the right goes violent, it'll be Benjamin Martin militia style, or maybe like John Wick. Who knows? I hope it doesn't happen. But it's not in, like, people think that this is in the right wing's hands. It's not. The left runs the show. And they're going to get to decide whether or not all this shit cools off or if shit gets a little more real. It's kind of up to them at this point. Approachable says, yeah, okay, Charlie Kirk's body is still warm laying in a pool of his own blood and the traffic was horrible, but how was the weather? Well, they didn't give us the weather because we didn't make it to the 8s yet. Dexter says, Aaron, here's a selection of lefties losing it over Charlie's death. Okay. We do have
and it's time for lefties losing it. And tonight,
let's go and see. Oh, the TikTok ones. I don't know. I think that's part of our desensitization a little bit, is when we show TikToks of random mental patients like they matter. And I get it. They're part of the patchwork that makes up America, but like any retard can get a TikTok and say dumb shit about the Charlie Kirk thing. I do think that between Charlotte, North Carolina, and not Ascension, Annunciation, the church, the church school that was shot up in Minnesota, and this Charlie Kirk thing, I think we do need to remove some money from the military and put it towards state hospitals, and we do need to start locking up schizophrenics. We need to start locking up the violently mentally ill. Need to be locked away. We can't live amongst them. Main Vein with $5 says, this is how I'm feeling after this week. We will get to that in just a second. Thank you guys very much for your contributions today. Again, today's going to be a day for you guys to get it out, talk about what you want to talk about, and then we've got a bunch of clips to play as well. Helgi with $10 says, Tommy NC 2010's response, start at 7:25 and play till you get bored. I actually, this is not a joke. I think Tommy NC 2010 would actually have a very good response to this, because Tommy he's I don't mean this as an insult. He's a simple guy. He's like autistic or whatever. He would have a very heartfelt human response that I think might be missing in this. $5 from Ryobi. He says, Erica. $4.99 from Rupert says, some guy was pissed because he was 10 minutes late from work. He's thinking, someone better have died up there. We need those moments of levity, though. We do. We need those. Yeah, Utah, the news reporting on the traffic, and someone, somebody better been shot or stabbed or something up there. I don't know why he talks like that in Utah. But there was one guy who felt like shit when he got to the front of the traffic. He's like, oh shit, somebody really did die. Fuck, I'm an asshole. God damn it. All right, let's play some of your guys' clips. Someone said, this is how I feel about Charlie. What is it? This is how I'm feeling after this week.
They drew first blood, not you.
Oh.
They drew first blood, not you.
A little Always Sunny clip. Frank, was that the under the overpass one? And then here's Tommy NC 2010. Inspirational speech, a day of remembrance, September 11th. Let's listen to Tommy.
And the thing is, we have to be stopped. How do I say this? We have to stay positive and stop being so divided. Just because someone has a different opinion doesn't mean you have to hurt them.
This is sad because before the internet, even if a guy was autistic or a little off or whatever we used to call him, you know, it feels like the internet would just make fun of this. But like if somebody got up and talked like this before, like back in the 90s, you would have been like, that's fantastic, buddy. Thank you very much for saying that.
Just recently,
now people are like, shut up, what do you know about geopolitics? You fucking do.
A inspirational speaker was, as you know, was shot because of his different political opinion. And I'll say this, I don't, you know, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that.
Come on, Tommy. You got it, buddy.
The thing is that Trump only has one term. He can't run again in 2028. This is his last term. And I know what you're trying to do there. You're trying to bait me.
Oh, there's somebody's fucking with him in his chat. Okay. That's a very nice sentiment that he put out there. Coltrane with $1 says the left is big mad that the right isn't biting on gun control after his murder. Yeah, you know, the left is trying to make I did see a couple people going, well, maybe the right will understand about gun control. I mean, I don't know about you guys. My take on that would be I think every person on the right should be going out strapped. Especially if you're a speaker or if you're anything, you should be going out in public with a gun. Republicans should be armed. The right wing should be armed in this country because they are targeted. And there are a substantial amount of people who want you to die. So, yes, I would say that it's good that the right isn't biting on the gun control thing because this isn't about gun control at all. If anything, this is about how important it is to have the freedom to defend yourself. Phantom X says the cool thing about being a non-white liberal that hates leftists is that you can blend in with them and get info and intel. Be vigilant, boys. All right, let's get into some of these clips. This is the MSNBC one that a lot of people were talking about. We have an update on this afterward. This is Matthew Dowd, who has been a left-wing mouthpiece. He's been a propagandist. He's been snarky. He's everything about coastal elites that Republicans and right-wing people hate. Matthew Dowd is the epitome of a snarky, soulless dickhead. This is what he had to say literally minutes after Charlie Kirk was shot.
Then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the...
Yeah, Charlie. Maybe if you wouldn't have been a father of daughters who didn't want to see guys play sports or whip their dicks out in their locker rooms and have it be okay, or have your daughter have to be called mentally ill if she rejects that. Maybe if you hadn't pushed back against this, you wouldn't have been shot. Wow, what a great thing to say. Fuck Matthew Dowd.
Yeah, fortunate environment we're in.
Turning Point USA has confirmed that he was shot. And there are a number of
then lead to hateful actions.
So he's saying, well, Charlie Kirk, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. You say crazy shit, people might do crazy shit to you. Well, if that's this is where if this becomes the voice of the left, and I'm not saying he is, but if this becomes the voice of the left, you're going to get a shitload of your own people killed. Because what you're saying is, hey, righties, you're not going to have a place at the marketplace of ideas, because if you say certain things, it can lead to us killing you. If that's what you're going to tell Republicans, they might try to kill you first, and I don't want to get to that point. But if you tell people who value the Constitution, who value the First Amendment, and conservatives do, if you tell them, if you exercise that to its fullest extent, you can expect someone to try to kill you. Matthew, I don't think that's going to go down how you think it's going to go down. Now, the good news is MSNBC, hours after this, fired Matthew Dowd. He's gone. And Matthew Dowd has freedom of speech, but that doesn't mean MSNBC has to give him a paycheck to exercise it. That you do not have a right to someone else's money to say whatever the fuck you want. That is not freedom of speech. That is not what the First Amendment is. But the MSNBCs of the world, CNNs, Fox News, all of them, they need to fire people who talk like this. They need to fire people who foment this. Because we got to get back to, and cable news kind of pushed us further down this road, because now it was news as entertainment. Hannity and Colmes, we got to argue with each other. This lefty has to be the enemy, and I have to be his enemy, and blah, blah, and it kind of sends us further down that road. But I'm glad Matthew Dowd got fired for that. He deserves to be fired for that, because it is very important that the media in times like this keep people calm and remind them that we are countrymen. Isn't it greasy with $5 says Kirk was moving away from Zionism. Think he had this version of Dallas with no security. It was weird. We'll show you later the guy's making like the baseball signs behind him. That was really weird. Dave 25 with 99 cents. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, there was, there's going to be a lot of fog of war and a lot of misinformation, and you just got to try to sort through it. So now we have Destiny and Destiny's comments, and I said it before, I'll say it again. I think Destiny is a sad little man who lives online, who has no other life outside of it. So he thinks the real world is the internet world, not a lot of grass touching for old Destiny. His kid is like a Nick Fuentes fan now. And I think Destiny felt like he had to say something snarky and shitty. I think the more you go outside and the more you talk to people and the more you connect with your friends and your family, like I'm having people over for the Canelo Crawford fight. It's called community, but in the church world, they also call it fellowship. You need fellowship. You need to be close to humans so you remember that despite the differences don't really matter. You share things. And I think Destiny has, with all the crazy shit he's done and that he's been into, I think you can go one of two ways. You can completely just decide to meld into your gaming chair, or you can get out there and get some fresh air. And I think he decided after all of his controversies, he's just going to meld into the gaming chair and become one with the system. This is Destiny on Charlie Kirk.
Also,
absolutely, so many
shooting and everything is bad. It's bad.
Done. Okay, end of clip. We don't need to say any more, internet boy. Shut down the stream. Go out, touch some grass. Shooting is bad. Traffic on the 10s. Perfect. Oh, wait, guys. There's 40 seconds left.
But this is for conservatives, this is kind of fuck around and find out. This is
fuck you. That's not the country I signed up for. We don't go to college campuses to debate politics. Charlie Kirk has never called for violence against another American. Charlie Kirk has never been violent towards anyone else. Charlie Kirk went to colleges and debated ideas. And if Destiny thinks that that's something where you should be shot, because that's what fuck around and find out means. Fuck around and find out means you get what you deserve. So maybe this little dipshit doesn't know what that means. Or maybe I shouldn't give him the benefit of the doubt. He does know what it means. And can we be done with this guy once and for all? How many cat lives does this motherfucker have? How much shit does he need to do that's repugnant and morally reprehensible before we go, maybe we shouldn't listen to this guy. He's pulling it out of his ass as he goes. Fuck around and find out means cause and effect. It means you did something, so you deserve this reaction. That's just what happens. If we're living in a country where if you go to a college campus to have a good, honest debate with people, and that means you should be shot, then America as an experiment, as a country is over, it's dead, and I'm not ready for it to die yet. So fuck Destiny.
What they want. Remember, you're deploying the National Guard to places. You're sending the Marines around.
Because black people are stabbing people on the bus, breaking into cars, and murdering people at record rates. That's why we're sending the National Guard in. We're not sending the National Guard in to hurt people. We're sending the National Guard in to stop people from hurting people. And I'm sorry I said black, but it's like enough. The statistics bear it out. The black community needs to get the crime problem under control. And if you don't, if these traitors to their race, like the mayor of Chicago, keep enabling blacks to hurt each other, then Donald Trump has decided we are going to act. We will put military uniforms. We will put the National Guard in these neighborhoods, and we will make the streets safe for black people again. You want to deploy the Guard? Well, fuck around and find out. Charlie Kirk can't deploy anybody from the National Guard. He doesn't have that authority. Charlie Kirk goes to colleges and he debates college students. And you know what the problem was? He was winning. He was starting to win these people over. They were starting to think about the things he said, and they go, wow, this guy's got a nice wife, a nice family. He seems to be really happy, doing really well. And people went one of two ways. Either we got to destroy that, or God, I kind of want to figure out how to get what he has. And now college students, as a result, are more conservative than they've ever been. Fuck around and find out. Destiny, you're an asshole.
They're talking about us, go to war with people. Like, this is what we're kind of gearing up for. So, I mean, you can't really be surprised when this is the kind of shit that's happening. Right?
Go to war with people. They want him dead. They want people who think like him dead. Bash the fash. Smash the fash. Kill all Nazis. In theory, sounds great until you go, well, we've decided Charlie Kirk's a Nazi. What, are you out of your mind?
Right? Like, when politicians are getting killed, when people are, acting fucking unhinged and insane, and you're all feeding into this like crazy, like, yeah, there are going to be deaths on both sides of it. That's how it works. This is how like a degenerating democracy appears. I mean, like, yeah, it's kind of stupid to act surprised on this.
Kind of stupid to act surprised. Wow. Let's be done with Destiny. Let's just be done with no more Destiny clips on this show. It's not necessary. Look, hurt people. This is a broken guy. This is a guy who's going through it right now. And I understand, man. Look, man, I went through it too, Destiny. I went through a really traumatic time, But you can go one of two ways. You can restore your belief in humanity. You can, maybe find Christ or whatever you need to do. But you can have redemption. I have redemption. I'm happier than I've ever been. I have an amazing family. I have wonderful children that I'm raising together with my ex-wife, and we are communicating and we are talking and we love our children, and I'm around my family and friends all the time. I'm around my girlfriend all the time. I'm surrounded by amazing, wonderful people. Or you can be Destiny. Or you can be me, and then when people hate you for it, you can smile at them and go, I know I'm good now. That this is upsetting unhappy people. Or you can be Destiny, and you can lean into it, and you can just become a piece of shit. And that's what he's decided to do. This didn't happen to Destiny. This wasn't thrust upon him. No matter what happens to you in life, you always have a choice. You always get to decide how you think, what you feel. You always get to decide how you're going to move forward. Nothing is permanent. The only thing permanent is impermanence. And if traumatic, terrible things happen to you, you can still open your windows and go, God damn, it's fucking beautiful outside. I'm going to call my buddy and see if he wants to go golfing. Or you can sit in your basement, you can go, fucking Charlie Kirk, fuck around and find out, and this is what you get. It's a choice. That did not happen to you. Barco with $5 says, maybe too much Dateline/Dan Markle trial, but how do we know this wasn't the husband of some side piece or Kirk's wife put her undocumented lover up to it? I'm going to press X to doubt on that one. Like I said, no wrong answers today. People are allowed to process this and throw out their theories. I don't want someone like Barco to feel like a weirdo. I want people to be able to come here, throw out anything they've got, and we'll talk about it. I just don't. No, I don't think so. Like a Ty Cobb situation where his mom was sleeping with someone, and then they shot his dad. I don't think so. Coltrane says, so their view is if you say something we don't like, killing you is justified. So then killing them justified for them killing us. Terms have been set. See, that's what I'd like to avoid, but people like Charlie Kirk aren't going to help. I think Sam Hyde said it best. These people want your blood. Unfortunately. Destiny, Mr. Beat says, Destiny refused to delete indecent pictures of minors on his phone. Fuck around and find out, Destiny. Fair. GLP with $4.99 says, giving money to say the last guy who said Kirk was moving away from Israel is retarded. Giving money to say the last guy who said Kirk was moving away from Israel is retarded. I never met him, but have friends and connections in common. Gross. Well, isn't that what Harrison Smith said? That he knew people who said that Charlie Kirk said. I'm not really sure what your point is there. Harrison Smith from, not the Vikings, Harrison Smith from InfoWars, said that he knew people close to Kirk who said Charlie believed that if he turned on Israel, he'd be killed. I don't know. That's what Harrison Smith is saying. You know, don't get on me about it. Thank you very much for the $5, GLP. You might not have been saying what I thought you were saying. It didn't come across very clear to me. Thank you to You Need Me More with $5. I appreciate that. We're going to get back into these clips. I just want to make sure I've got everybody here. On a mysterious note, I can't read this very well. You are doing a classy job covering the Charlie Kirk shooting. Thank you very much. You Need Me More. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for your generosity. All right, let's continue on here. So we got, this was one that had a lot of people upset, the MSNBC, and we'll get into the positive ones later. I want to end this with the positive ones. I don't want to, start it with the positive ones and then get progressively more angry. So TMZ yesterday, Marley Analytics with $5 says, nothing is permanent in life. You get to choose how you respond. Well said. Yeah, I mean, I believe that in my soul. I'm living proof of that. And the greatest, I think it will make you more, it will make you happier because not only will you be living a more fulfilling life surrounded by people who love you, but also people who want to see you fry, people who want to see you dead, people. I got people who want me dead, 100%. It drives them nuts. And you can smile at them because their feelings don't matter. You can truly look at them and go, sorry, I'll pray for you. You seem angry. And you get to choose how you respond. GLP with $1.99. Thank you for clarifying. He says, as in many Zionist friends' connections, I'm Jewish. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that. Thank you for clearing that up. Again, no wrong answers on today's show. Everybody gets to process this however they want. You're a lefty, you come in here, even if you're happy, we might kind of look down on you a little bit and think that maybe you're getting a little nutty. But there are no wrong answers today. So the TMZ thing was interesting. I got yelled at for my take on this because I was being very conservative with my reactions yesterday. I got yelled at by Numero Uno and some others, and maybe deservedly so, because TMZ was live streaming about Charlie Kirk, and then a bunch of people started clapping and hooping and hollering in the background. And then right after, they reported that Charlie Kirk was dead. And a lot of people theorized, well, Aaron, clearly TMZ staff is celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. And you got to understand where I come from. I still have hope. I'm a real world touch grass guy, so I'm not jaded. So in my mind, I went, well, maybe they weren't. TMZ has a sports department. Maybe something else happened. They were watching something and something happened, or somebody told a joke or something like that. Were they cheering the Charlie Kirk thing? Probably. But I didn't want to think that way in that moment. I got some shit for it, maybe deservedly so. But it turns out they were celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. And Harvey Levin, to his credit, did address it. And I said this yesterday. I said, guys, if some shitty underlings from TMZ are hooping and hollering about Charlie Kirk's death, I don't care so much about them. I care about Harvey Levin. He's the guy in charge. He's the man over there. I want, if he fires these dipshits, then good on Harvey, and all's well that ends well. So let's see how Harvey took it.
Goat.
Go to.
We're live streaming all day during this tragedy. When something happened in our office, as we were reporting the assassination of Charlie Kirk, there were some people in the back room away from our news desk here who were watching a car chase. And they were laughing, they were clapping, and you could hear it out here.
So do you believe that? Because I do. Like, this is where, I have an internet audience, and then this is where sometimes I differ from them, and they can call me dumb. They can go, it's totally fine. It's coming from a good place. They're arguing. I believe him. I have no reason not to believe him. It does check out. It does make sense that there was a car chase and they were screaming and hollering about that. That makes sense to me.
And
people love that shit.
We want to make a couple of things clear. One is that I know these people, and they were not laughing. They were not reacting that way about Charlie Kirk's assassination. They were not. They would not work here if they did.
And that being said, we acknowledge that it was horrible timing.
Yeah.
And for that, we are sorry.
We apologize. We apologize
I get
that you
why-
had to hear.
And if those people were watching that car chase, they didn't know Charlie Kirk was dead. So you can't even go to them and go, guys, wrong place, wrong time. Maybe go into a studio when you're live streaming and that kind of stuff can't be heard. Maybe, who knows? Hindsight is 20/20. But I believe him. I buy it. Some of you won't. I'll go back to the chat here in a little bit, and I'm sure some of you go, Aaron, you're falling for it. And maybe I am. But I believe Harvey. And I believe I like the black guy on TMZ too. I don't think he'd lie to me.
That. And I get why if you were watching the stream, you may have felt that that's what the laughter was about. We assure you it was not about that, but it was horrible timing. And
by the way, I get it too, and he gets it because we listened as we were talking.
You can go back and look on the stream. I actually walked off camera to go back and find out what the hell was going on because it was inappropriate.
Did you? Let me go check that out. Let's go watch.
Go.
Was that him right there?
Go to.
Oh, I didn't. Okay. Maybe that's not a long enough shot. I believe them. I have no reason not to believe them. And I just like watching Harvey Levin for all these years. I don't think he would put up with that shit. I really don't. Sam Show says it's just funny that TMZ now covers car chases. Anytime there's a big car chase, that's where I get my video from. I'll be honest with you. TMZ does cover a fuckload of car chases. I can back them up on that. You Need Me More says they didn't know at the moment. Harvey just learned about it himself. Exactly. They were just finding out about Trump's tweet. Chips and Diff says if they knew Kirk was dead, they would be watching that, not the car chase. Exactly. Hobo says, okay, show me the receipts where there's cameras all over that goddamn building. Fair. I mean, I think it's fair. I think it's fair that you're skeptical of that, especially today. Crowder Wears Panties says, never saw a video of a car chase yesterday. Shit. Even at the Yankees game, they had a moment of silence for Charlie. Well, that's really nice. Thank you guys for that. What is this clip? Jillian Michaels emotional as she remembers Charlie Kirk. All right, we can get to that one. Some people in the chat saying bull fucking shit. They're not buying it. You certainly don't have to. Like I said, you don't have to buy it. You can think that they're full of shit. FBI to provide update on Charlie Kirk's killing. How about you go find the guy and then you can update us. This is Jillian Michaels. Maybe we're going to put her in the positive response category. So let's get through. Let me make sure I've got all the negative shit. Jimmy Kimmel on Charlie Kirk's shooting death. Can we stop angry finger pointing and agree it's horrible and monstrous to shoot another human? This is what's so unfair to the right in this country. Every time it happens to the left, we get to blame somebody, we get to point fingers, we get to say that's the issue, that's the problem. But when it's the left who does it and it happens to the right has to just suck it up, don't finger point, Terrible to shoot another human being. Now just sit there and bleed, you right-wing fucks. That's what I hate about Jimmy Kimmel. It's the fact that he doesn't hold that same standard. He'll sob on his show and talk about his sick kid and blame Republicans for his sick kid and how terrible it is that other people can't get medicine or health care or whatever, whether they can or they can't. But he'll sit there and he'll yell and scream about, how it's the right wing's fault and they're evil and they're terrible. Meanwhile, Charlie Kirk gets murdered literally in front of our eyes. He's assassinated for his beliefs. And it's like, come on, guys, what's with the finger pointing? Let's stop it now. Bullshit. Let it come from the Pope. Don't let it come from Jimmy Kimmel. 199 from GLP says he's gay but moderate. I don't know about the Office people. No, I think Harvey doesn't put up with that shit. And I do take him at face value that if those people were cheering Charlie Kirk's death, he'd fire their ass in a heartbeat. Hablo Pacheco says, fuck that. Kimmel can get fucked. I'm angry. Yeah, that made me mad too. Veldrain with $1 says, no one on the far left has to die for them to lose. Vote at the ballot and with your wallet. Well, this kind of gets to what people in our chat say on a regular basis, though, where they go, yeah, Aaron, what are they going to do? Vote their way out of this? What are they going to do? Vote harder? I mean, you got Trump in there. You got everything you wanted, and they're still shooting people. They're still killing the leaders of these movements. What do you do? Lander says the left and its commie pets want you dead. Stay strapped. Aaron, you're a weak white pussy. Stand up for your people. Or anything for that matter. You stand for nothing. You know what? I'm glad you said that because that makes me realize I'm in the right position because I catch it from the other side that I talk about this shit too much and I talk about race or this or that too much. And then from you, I don't do enough. So I know that I'm probably doing it right. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get to the Greg Gutfeld thing because this is another one where it's like, you guys don't understand like how many people you're radicalizing. Greg Gutfeld, the king of late night, highest ratings in late night television. Greg Gutfeld was on The Five, his afternoon show. And he was talking about the Charlie Kirk assassination and he made a great point about Republicans. And like, if you radicalize a Greg Gutfeld, who's got a great sense of humor, he's right of center, but not like crazy right-wing Republican. When you radicalize a guy like this, we got problems.
Mockery to say thoughts and prayers, but thoughts and prayers for his family. They need it from all of us. And Jesse's right. If they could do this, they are capable of anything. I think that was the message. I believe that was the message. It's really hard to radicalize Republicans.
Yeah.
It's like we're not the radical type.
That's because they stop being Republicans and they move further to the right and they become something else.
But if you thought that you were going to shut a movement down, you're going to get a rude awakening. You woke us the fuck up.
He said that on live TV and people are like, oh my God, is that against the rules? No, not on cable. You can say whatever you want on cable TV. Cable TV is actually a great example of how we don't really need an FCC to regulate language on television because cable TV, the only censorship cable TV does is so that they can get advertisers. Like, why don't people say fuck on cable? You can't say fuck on cable TV. You absolutely can. Yes, you can. They don't most of the time because certain advertisers won't pay premium money. Because you have to, put the mature rating on it. But good for him. You woke us the fuck up. Now, what are you going to do while you're awake? That's the question. What's going to happen while we're awake? Is there going to be retaliation? I hope not. The problem is I don't think the right can do very much about this other than retaliate violently. The rest of it's kind of in the left's hands. They have to decide that this is bullshit and they're going to police their own. And you don't shoot people and we don't call these people Nazis. They're just people who are our neighbors and they have a different opinion. Like I said, you got to listen to some Dave Mason. It's only you and me and we just disagree. There ain't no good guy. There ain't no bad guy. I just don't have faith in the modern left to do that. I hope that's the case, but I think this gets worse before it gets better. Your opinions. Let's go to Cenk Ugyur. Cenk had a great take on this. I talk about this being in the left's hands. If this is in the left's hands and they put it and they give it to Cenk Ugyur, I think the left, I think we're going to be a better country. And it's crazy to say that because like 5-6 years ago, you would have said Cenk's fucking insane. Like you can't give Cenk Ugyur the keys to the liberal car. I mean, you'll drive it into a left-wing progressive ditch. I think Cenk Ugyur, much like Charlie Kirk, is willing to go and talk to the people he disagrees with. He's willing to have discussions. He's debated Charlie Kirk many times. He had some really nice tweets right after the incident in Utah yesterday. And I think if the left kind of follows the model of the Young Turks, of Cenk Ugyur, of Anna Kasparian, maybe we can calm this thing down a little bit. This is Cenk's take on the Charlie Kirk thing. This video is being very sensitive. I apologize. Here we go. Here's old Cenk. Shit, maybe not. Yeah, like I said, this video's been a motherfucker all morning. It starts and then I try to rewind it. Here we go.
Giving a speech there. I just found out he's passed away. I can't believe he's dead. He was shot in the neck. Some of you might have seen an elderly man being dragged away.
It's not your computer. This fucking Twitter clip, this X clip is off. The video and audio are off.
It turns out it was not him. Authorities don't know who did it. Violence is not the answer. This is a horrific tragedy. And we're all in danger now. This is a terrible, terrible thing to do. Violence is intellectual surrender. It's giving up and saying, I'm a loser. I don't know how to win in a battle of ideas. I'm going to resort to violence like an animal. It is the very last thing anyone who's progressive or on the left would ever do. We are for nonviolence. We are for peace. We are for our fellow human beings and humanity overall.
Since when, though? You know, like I think that's an outmoded idea. I don't think you are anymore. And the further left you get, just like the further right you get, the more violent you become. Because you start to become fundamentalist. And if you believe a certain thing enough, it's okay to kill for it.
So I don't know who did this, but whoever they are, they're a monster. And they've done something terrible. That was not just a pundit. That was a human being. I'm so sorry to the Charlie Kirk family. My heart.
And that's the end of that. And Cenk is a genuine guy. And hopefully everybody kind of changes their tune on this kind of stuff. And we can cool the waters down just a little bit. But God, man, like I said, I'm really skeptical that this doesn't get worse before it gets better. I'll be honest about it. All right, let's go to the Jillian Michaels thing. This is the last clip we have on the Charlie Kirk stuff. Let's go. This is Jillian Michaels remembering Charlie.
Do people realize sort of what Charlie was about?
Some of us do. Some of us clearly don't. What I want to say about Charlie is that he and I had numerous disagreements. I'm a woman who's married to a woman. And despite that, he invited me on his podcast. He had me speak at his Turning Point event. He platformed me. He retweeted me.
Again, he doesn't believe that Jillian Michaels should be allowed to be married. In many ways, I don't think they should either. I think the way marriage was fine. Nobody was stopping gay people from being in relationships together. I just think that the legal argument they used to pass gay marriage was bullshit. It was an equal protection argument. And everyone did have equal access to marriage. Any man could marry any woman. Any woman could marry any man. A straight man couldn't marry a man, just like a gay man couldn't marry a man. It was equal. Everybody had equal access.
This is a guy that was willing to engage in debate to resolve disagreements. And the fact that I am seeing celebration, and I'm not going to point fingers. I'm not going to make this about any red, blue. I don't want to be divisive here, but this is...
Isn't that the problem with the right, though? The right wants to try and hold this shit together. And I don't think you can hold this shit together yet because it's broken into a million pieces. You got to put the pieces back together, then you can hold it together. But right now, there's no cohesion.
Disgusting. I got a tweet from my daughter today. I'm sorry, I'm not thinking clearly. I got a text from my daughter today telling me that kids at her school were celebrating. Okay, at my daughter's high school. Something is wrong in this country. The divisiveness, the rhetoric.
Could you imagine if, like, when Martin Luther King was shot, like, I guarantee there were Southern whites who were celebrating? Like, the kind of people that are cheering Charlie Kirk, like, would you put up with that? Like, try to exercise a little empathy. Try to think outside of your own sad, miserable little box and try to extrapolate, how would I feel if someone else did this to someone I care about and they celebrated it? And that just being able to think that way. Again, it's something that the internet has beaten out of a lot of sad people. But just being able to do that could solve so much of this.
Rhetoric, the othering has got to stop now.
As we said, the both sides part.
And it's just, and I want to be positive today. I do. But I'm in my late 30s now. And I've seen so much. I've heard this before. I've heard this speech before. And it escalates. I've heard the speech that the rhetoric needs to improve. We need to tone down the rhetoric. And here's what happens. The left jacks up the rhetoric and jacks up the rhetoric and jacks up the rhetoric. Some crazy lefty blows somebody's head off, and then the left goes, hey, come on, righties, shouldn't we all bring down the rhetoric a little bit? It's like, we gas people up, one of your people gets shot. Okay, now we all got to stop. Say, well, that's interesting. That's kind of fascinating to me. And now I'm starting to wonder, was this ever genuine? We need to tone it down, was it ever genuine? Or was it just the left going, holy fuck, if we make these conservatives angry, they got a shitload of guns and they might start, coming to extract the blood toll. Did they really want to tone it down, or did they just want to calm down the righties so they didn't go ape shit and grab guns? Again, stuff like this pulls you down the cynical path. I don't want to, but I also want to be able to see the world for what it is and not be naive. That's a tricky balancing act to pull off.
I think it's worth noting, Shelby, I'll give you the last 15, 20 seconds. 9/11 tomorrow morning. President Trump's supposed to go to New York, be at a Yankees game. Do those plans change?
I don't think that they change.
I think everybody, again, I'll say it for the fourth time in the last 2 days. I think everybody should be going to college campuses, hosting debates, hosting events, going in there. I think it would be the ballsiest thing to do. I think, who are the more mainstream Republican voices now? I think Cenk Uygur and Jack Posobiec should go have a debate. Or Michael Knowles. Here we go. Tucker Carlson and Cenk Uygur should do a touring debate of college campuses. And show, I'm going to be the leader on the left. Tucker's going to be the leader on the right. This is going to be how we resolve things. We need a touring Lincoln Douglas style debate streamed on the internet so it can reach the people that need to hear it the most. And that is people who are shut in, removed from society, and think the internet is real. Sergeant Holka with $10 says, as a retired law enforcement officer, I focus my anger at the campus police. You should understand you're protecting a high value target. After Butler, Pennsylvania, can somebody cover that fucking roof? That is a great point. Why weren't there any eyeballs on that goddamn roof? There were no eyes on the roof in Butler. And unless you go with it was a setup, and then there were, and they were making sure that guy, was allowed to make his shot. Coltrane says, I don't like Democrats, but I didn't cheer or glorify the ones getting killed here in Minnesota. That's just it. Melissa Hortman or whatever, was it Melissa Hortman? She gets killed. Republicans go, Jesus Christ, this is fucking terrible. I don't know of any, I don't care how right wing they were. And I hate to make this a right's better than the left thing. But I don't remember any Republicans going, well, you fuck around on abortion, you find out. When abortion doctors are shot, I think most people go, Jesus Christ, you shouldn't lose your life for practicing medicine. Now, in the case of the abortion doctors, I bet there are right-wing people who go, oh, you kill babies. I'm sure there's that. But I don't remember Melissa Hortman getting murdered And anybody on Twitter going, well, that's what she fucking deserves, the bitch. If it happened, okay, then I'm remembering wrong, but I don't remember it. Ross Dog's Broken Spirit says, Alex Stein is licking his chops thinking he will step into Charlie's shoes. I don't think he's licking his chops at all, but I think Alex would be a guy who could go out. That could be the next step in his career. He goes out and debates these college kids. Mr. Beat says, because this wasn't the high security event, the rooftop wasn't a priority. It's not like they had Secret Service snipers for a Kirk debate. Fair point. Also a fair point. Okay, you guys can go back to the Charlie Kirk stuff whenever you want. If you guys have anything you want to say about it, you want to sound off on the show today, 100% totally fine. Over 700 people checking out the toe. Thank you very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I appreciate you guys being here. 175 is the number and 7 gifted memberships away from 400. We will go until 11 today if we hit that 400 number. Thanks again. Kind of weird to go into other stuff, right? It kind of strange to go talk about other things as things continue to develop. No suspects in custody. It is odd that they've arrested 2 people and they've let them both go. That is really, really strange. Shit, there was one other thing I wanted to look up. Yeah, the hand signals. That's what I wanted to show you guys. Okay, there's no blood in this video, so that's good. This was the one I wanted to show you. This is what the fuck are these two doing? The guy in the white and the guy in the black shirt. What is the deal? And then there's the gunshot. Real quick, there's better versions of this. The hand signal guys. There's a guy in white and a guy in black. Let's see. Charlie Kirk. Hand signals. Hobo, maybe you can take a look at this because I did see someone posted a chart of military hand signals and they were saying maybe the guy in black with the arm sleeve tattoos was giving some kind of military, or I don't buy that, but it's good to ask you since you're here.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the...
Now, I don't know if that guy was giving signal. That just looks like a guy, I'll do that. I'll touch my hat and touch my face. I don't think he's, first sign indicator, steal third.
Last 10 years.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
And then that guy going like that and then touching the...
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
See, I also don't think that guys are going to signal a sniper while standing directly behind the target either. So I don't buy it. They're like, are those guys making hand signals? And then there was a lady to the left of them and they're like, is she giving this guy orders? Oh fuck, that one had the actual video. God damn it. I didn't want to see that again. There was some lady on her phone and they were like, is she sending some kind of message? Because then when she puts her phone down, the shot rings out. It's like, no, we're addicted to our fucking phones. And that lady was on her phone. Marley Analytics with $5 says, look up who replaced MLK after his shooting. Stokely Carmichael, Huey Newton, Black Panthers. Huey Newton in the news, I think, replaced MLK. Black Power, extremists take over from moderates. Yeah, somebody said that yesterday. I saw a tweet where somebody said what the sniper killed was the moderate right. Like everybody's going to become extreme. I think H. Rap Brown was in there too, wasn't he? H. Rap Brown was Jamil Al-Amin. Served as the Black Panther Party Minister of Justice during a short-lived 6 months. He's still, wow. H. Rap Brown is still alive, 81 years old. Okay. For decades, he ministered to Muslim communities around Atlanta until 2000. Yeah, H. Rap Brown, Stokely Carmichael, the Black Panthers, all of that stuff. Sam Hyde had a tweet to Jeremy at the Quartering that I thought was rather poignant, and I'm sure he's been tweeting a lot the last day or two. Said, kind of wild that this old man, George Zinn, created a perfect distraction that allowed the shooter to escape. Yes, he's Jewish. Oh, boy. Now we're going. That's the rabbit hole. And what was with this guy? Because this is the guy they arrested at first, and everyone's like, there's the shooter, there's the shooter. And then they just let this guy go, and he wasn't the shooter. Then there was another guy that they arrested, and they let him go. They go, he wasn't the shooter. Odd. Yeah, Sam Hyde was going off on Twitter yesterday. Pete Hegseth tweeted, well done, good and faithful servant. Sam Hyde says, do something about it. And he told Kamala to fuck off and use the N-word. Said the same thing to Mamdani, F off N-word. Donald Trump posted a nice Truth Social, and then Sam Hyde writes, time to do your fucking job and seize power. If you want to be more than a footnote in the American collapse section of future history books, it's now or never. Then he retweeted Charlie Kirk, Jesus defeated death so you can live. Where is the tweet to Quartering? Here it is. The Quartering said, do not watch the close-up video of Charlie Kirk. I am begging you, pray for his family instead. To which Sam Hyde retweeted and responded, you're my boy, but I respectfully disagree. Everybody needs to watch this because it could have been you. It could have been me. It could have been any one of us exercising the First Amendment. You all need to know what our enemies want. They want this for all of us. They want children growing up with dead fathers and raped mothers. All the snark and word games, moral posturing, and linguistic faggotry, this is what lies behind it. Bloodlust. It's hard not to believe him. You look at any left-wing revolutionary attitude, and they do want those who dissent dead. They talk about re-education, or they talk about, their soft words, but ultimately, whatever's inside of you that makes you that way, they want that dead. One way or another. On a Wall says Jeremy is a piece of shit. Now, here's my question. What happened with the Quartering? Because I've been seeing a lot of YouTube videos popping up in my timeline saying Quartering's having a downfall. This has happened to the Quartering. This is that. I don't follow. I haven't been following. What the fuck happened to Jeremy? Give me tips with $2 says, I believe the old guy was a distraction after the assassination, so the real shooter could get away. I did see that he went limp and they had to carry him off. Aussie Mark says, yeah, they want us to grow up fatherless 100%. I know that having fathers in the home is a very offensive thing to those type of people. So who knows? Quartering has always been shit. Watch the Casino to find out what happened. Casino was going hard on Jeremy. I know, but Andy and Ashton will go after people because it's a slow news day. It's not necessarily, they don't necessarily go after someone because something specific happened. I'd like to know if something specific happened or if Andy and Ashton are just fuck it, we don't have anybody else to talk about. He's a long and trusted one. Let's go after him. Thank you guys for the contributions. So 170 away from today, 7 memberships away from 400, and we go till 11. I don't know if you saw yesterday, and I don't really know if it matters today, but Elon Musk was overtaken as the wealthiest man in the world by some fucking guy. I didn't even know that this guy was in the running for the wealthiest man in the world. Wealthiest man in the world. His name is Larry Ellison of Oracle. Recently took the top spot for a short time due to a significant increase in Oracle stock, but Musk has retained the title of the world's richest person. Oh, okay. So Oracle went up for a little while yesterday, but Elon overcame it, and he's the wealthiest. Wow. This is fucking amazing. I've been telling you guys that I've been watching Sam Cedar recently. And I God damn it, man, I'm going to tell you, I think maybe Sam Cedar might be right that we need to go back to a tax bracket thing where it's punitive after a certain millions and millions and millions of dollars in income. Because look, man, I'm a capitalist. I believe in it. Don't get me wrong. But should anybody be worth $439 billion? Is that good for us? Is that good for the country? Is that good for a society that anyone has that much fucking money? And I'm not going commie on you. I'm not going socialist. I'm just saying, like, people are starving. Veterans are eating their guns. Police officers are eating their pistols. And this cocksucker has $439 billion. Not only that, these guys are playing with such gigantic numbers that Oracle stock can take a bump. And it takes Larry Ellison from $296 billion to over Elon Musk at 440, and then he can go back down again. There is part of me that believes you ain't going to miss what we take. I don't know if this is, and I'm ready to catch all the shit for this one. I'm ready to catch all the hell that you guys give me for this. But $439 billion, I don't know if that's good. And I don't know if... But I also know that giving the government that money, they're just going to fucking piss it away. I also know that if you set 90% taxes on someone who makes more than $9 million, $10 million, like every dollar after $10 million, like everybody thinks that the tax rate works like this. If we say 90% over 10 million, they think anyone who makes over $10 million pays 90% taxes. That's not how it works. It would be $10 million and $1 onward. Those dollars are taxed at 90%. I'd be willing to actually trade with Sam Cedar on that. If you say that every $200,000 of income for an individual and $400,000 for families is income tax free, then we'll go every dollar over 10 million is taxed at 90%. Because I do feel like the working class is getting a shit go of it. And their houses are expensive. They can't afford them. The interest rates are high, making it even more difficult to buy these expensive houses. I've always been someone who says that soaking the rich doesn't it doesn't help anything. But goddamn, man. I do think at least the first $100,000 of your income should be completely tax-free. Main Vein with $1 says, Sam Hyde is a poet and said it perfectly. It's like he's inside my head this week. I do agree with him that there is a substantial amount of people that want these folks dead and they want their blood. Nader P says, who the hell are you to tell someone what to do with their money? Who are you to tell someone how much they can have? No, I get it. I understand. And I'm not saying I'm right on this. I'm saying I've heard someone from the other side explain it, and I couldn't immediately toss it aside. Like the fact that a guy's stock can go up and he can become worth $150 billion more. And then you look at guys like Peter Thiel and what are they going to do with that money? They can burn us down. They can kill us. They can destroy us. Bigot on Socialist Media says capitalism is working just the way the elite want it to. And also, let's not pretend that Elon Musk is some self-made man who made his money on his own. He's a fucking welfare baby. Elon Musk made his money off of government welfare. They just kept pouring money. He's not a capitalist. Elon Musk didn't. SpaceX and all these businesses didn't make him hundreds of billions of dollars through capitalism. It was socialism that made him wealthy. His businesses weren't necessarily turning a profit, but he would get big fat government contracts. That's what fucking pisses me off about a lot of these people, is a lot of them get our taxpayer dollars to make themselves 100 billionaires. And then they get to tell the rest of us to pick ourselves up by our bootstrap when it's our money. We talk about transfer of wealth. They say, oh, you can't tax the rich more because it's transfer of wealth. There is a transfer of wealth in this country. It's going from the working class to the power class. It ain't going top to bottom. It's going bottom to top. And they're taking your tax dollars that they make from their government contracts and their corporate welfare, and they're using it to buy your houses and jack up the price so you can't afford it. So it's a double whammy. They take your money and then they price you out of the game, and they call that capitalism. That is not capitalism. Not at all. Not at all. Rabbi Smoothie says, but if they destroy us, money becomes worthless and then we win. Yay. Yay. Switchblade Proper says, yeah, he created a business that did it better than NASA, so the government contracted him. The private sector actually creates. I mean, it's just, I'm saying it's my money. That's all. It's my money. Mecca Jones says, it just math. The bottom 99% can't keep losing wealth share and have things be stable. That's the other thing. Is that you're pricing people out of an economy. Those types of people get desperate. All right, I threw the idea out there. Look, I didn't say that I've changed my mind on it. I didn't say that it's my new policy or anything. I just wanted to throw it out there, see how you guys took it. You got very defensive with it. I'll let that one simmer for a little bit. You know, I'll let that one simmer for a little bit. You guys, we won't think about that today. Maybe that's a little too heavy. Maybe I should see if Sam Cedar will be on the program. Let's do the Colorado story. Let's get all of our bad news out of the way today. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Keep those coming. We appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Evergreen shooting. I want to see if we have more of a video type deal on this to have it explained to us. Oh, shit. There it was. And I fucked it up. My bad. Here we go. Denver 7. There was another school shooting yesterday. We don't know anything about the shooter. It kind of got overshadowed by the Charlie Kirk stuff, obviously, which is understandable. Here we go.
Now at 10, less than 2 weeks into the school year, and tragedy strikes a Colorado school.
I've never really thought it would happen at our school.
You send your kids to school and you expect them to be safe.
A student opens fire at Evergreen High School. I'm Denver 7's Colette Bordelon. The sheriff's office says the gunman is dead. 2 of his classmates hospitalized. Tonight, the latest in what
I did see some news earlier today that one of the students has died. I read that from the Fox News source in Colorado.
In this mountain town.
We ran, and then when we were running up the dirt hill, there was another shot behind us, and that would really made people scream.
Plus, students scramble for cover. I'm Denver 7's Adria Arahita. Hear from students who ran for their lives amid a flurry of gunshots.
It's devastating to see these teachers. Their broken hearts. They're doing the best they can.
I'm Chief Investigative Reporter Tony Kowaleski.
Tonight, you think about what about the mental health toll of these kids? They're never going to be able to properly express to you how fucked up this made them.
Denver 7 investigates with exclusive video. Law enforcement executing a search warrant at a remote gated community. Investigators trying to answer that question why. We'll dive into the investigation.
It's hard not to believe that it isn't a psyop to demoralize us. It's like whether they organized it and organized the shooter and trained the shooter like an MK Ultra type of thing, or once the shooting happened, everything they do after that is designed to demoralize us and weaken us. It's, again, after everything that's gone on in this world the last few years, it does make me feel like nothing just happens, you know?
Denver 7 News at 10 starts now.
A heartbreaking day in Colorado today after gunshots ring out at a school in Evergreen. We know 3 students were sent to the hospital, including the suspected gunman. We now know the suspected
Mikey
shooter
Two Milk's
is dead, and that one
Mikey Two Milk's sending me a Snapchat showing that he says always keep it on you, man, and shows his pistol walking around. I think people, especially if you are a public figure who is conservative or a public figure who faces a lot of shit, probably good to be strapped.
One of the 2 victims has now been transferred out of the hospital and into another facility. Thank you for joining us for Denver 7 News at 10. I'm Ryan Fish. Denver 7 has been on scene working all afternoon to get answers about what happened at Evergreen High School. And tonight, Denver 7 investigates
Who's the
has
shooter?
Exclusive video of law enforcement conducting a search of the suspected shooter's home. This is in a remote gated community about 6 miles from Evergreen High School. Denver 7's chief investigative reporter Tony Kovaleski is breaking that story for us tonight. Before we get to that, Denver 7's Adria Irahita is live outside of St. Anthony's Hospital.
Something fucky about the shooter. It's not like a regular, just white hillbilly with guns. It's somebody of a protected class. Otherwise, we would know who the shooter is by now. I could be wrong.
Lakewood with the latest on the two victims. And we begin with Denver 7's Colette Bordelon with the latest on the investigation. Colette.
Throughout the course of the day, we've been getting answers about what investigators know so far about this shooting. They're going to be interviewing any student, faculty, staff who saw or heard what happened. And naturally, that's going to take some time because there were so many witnesses to this shooting. They're also going to be looking closely at the suspect's car, locker, home, anything that can give them insight into why this happened. Buses filled with students and staff.
There were a lot of kids inside the school who saw it.
Drove down the hill from Evergreen High School one after another to be reunited with the people they love.
We got to fix this. It's our turn. We got to fix it.
The first call came just before 12:30, reporting a school shooting.
I'm sorry, but it's just more of the same shit. Got to tone down the rhetoric. We got to change the way we talk to each other in this country, or we're going to have more political assassinations. We got to take down the temperature, and then school shootings. We got to stop this. We got to stop. Open up the state hospitals is step one. Stop brainwashing children into psychosis is number two. And then identify evil and call it out. Probably in step four, return to Jesus.
King, this mountain community.
The nation is tired of statements filled with platitudes of thoughts and prayers.
But that's all you're going to do. Because actually blaming the person who did this, seeing what it has in common with other shooters, is too difficult. You're just going to blame a fucking inanimate object.
3 teenagers were shot and taken to the hospital. One of them was the suspected shooter, who investigators say shot himself and died from his injuries.
The weapon used today was a handgun. We did determine that we have multiple...
Oh, weapon used was a handgun. So you're saying any assault weapons ban you want to make would have done fuck all to stop this, just like we've been telling you.
Multiple scenes at the school. We have some scenes inside the school where some shootings occurred, and then outside the school as well.
Those with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office are leading the investigation and say there was no school resource officer on campus at the time of the shooting.
What was his name?
Jeff was on scene within 2 minutes, and we were in contact with the shooter within 5.
With several crime scenes, the witnesses, students, and staff will be critical in this investigation.
Those interviews are going to help us figure out where it started and where it went next and where
What
it
was
ended
his
up.
name?
No child should ever face this kind of danger, and no community should be asked to absorb this kind of pain.
The superintendent for Jeffco Public Schools speaking directly to her community.
Violence involving our young people should never be normalized.
What was his
and
name?
We must face the difficult truth that too often it is.
Let us look him up.
Where everyone is holding one another a bit tighter tonight.
I'm incredibly blessed that I get to hug Brenner tonight and put him to bed and see him wake up tomorrow. Not every parent is that lucky.
We got to find out who the fuck did this. Gray Duckling with $5 says, remember fire drills at school? Those were the days. Now they practice lockdowns. That's true. My kid's mom and I, we had a conversation yesterday. We had a talk about it, and we're going to talk about it further. We decided we're going to take a little time, decide what we think about it. But she was like, you think we should homeschool the kids? And I've always been against homeschooling because of the socialization. I think the socialization is important, but like you're socializing with a lot more demons than you used to, a lot more psychos than you used to. I told her I would prefer like some kind of Christian school, but then again, that was the wrong thing to say to her because she's like, well, a Christian school just got shot up. Fair point. So it's not something I ever would have considered, but it's something I'm considering now just because I don't like, what kind of socialization are you getting in public schools? What are you socializing with some kid with blue hair who's got a single mom who wants a pink poodle in her purse so she convinces their kid they're trans? And now they're going to bring that bullshit to school, and it's totally protected. Now my kid has to be brainwashed into that. Like, what am I sending my kid into? Yeah, I'm socializing my kid, but am I socializing them in a den of demons? You know, do you have to worry after the Charlotte, North Carolina thing? And like, this isn't an issue in my kid's school. Like, if you go to a big city school, do you have to worry if you're a white woman, is somebody just hating you because of the color of your skin? They might kill you. You know, you're socializing, but what are you socializing with? Are we socializing with Satan, essentially? Aaron, homeschooling is good, but they have groups parents make for their homeschool kids to socialize. Maybe. Get the kids out of public schools. Too easy for fans. Yeah, well, I mean, that's something that a lot of people have calmed down with. A lot of the, Aaron, what are you worried about? What are you worried? I'm worried because people recruit schizophrenics to follow me around and they could fucking kill me. After yesterday, yes. I think if you don't think that I've been on point about the threats that are faced because people can't make money without me, if you don't think that's legit, you're a fucking retard, or you have steel-toe derangement syndrome so fucking bad that that I've broken your brain. You can get a full day done in homeschool in a few hours. Unpleasant Alex says, nah, I was homeschooled and socialized plenty. Mom was an actual teacher and I did tons of sports. Also did lots of activities. Don't send your kids to sports events. Or don't you send your kids to sports events? There's your socializing. That's a good point. My son plays football now. Starts on Monday. Whoop my baby mama hoe ass. Says my kids are homeschooled and they're perfectly fucked up socially like high-functioning autists. Yeah, I think if you disagree with me about the craziness of people and the threat they pose, you're wrong, I'm right, and that's over. I mean, your opinion doesn't count at this point. Mr. Beat says, they're talking about what they should carry. Yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to do? I mean, these shootings keep happening, and at some point you just got to go, look, the only way to win this game is to not play. That's about it. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. 170 away from today. Keep it going. Keep it moving. Let's go for it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Crowder Wears Panties says Aaron is right. I just hate that I'm the one who knows it first. Let's go ahead and, God damn, man, I'm really sorry about this. That the stories we're doing today, there's so much bad news. But that's where we're at. That's what they're choosing to cover. This next one is a little closer to home. It's in Minnesota. In fact, it is St. Paul. It's about a homeless encampment, and Minneapolis and St. Paul, like it's an election year, so now all of a sudden they're anti-homeless encampments over there. They all think homeless encampments are bad now, even though we've been telling them that they're fucking bad and tragic and terrible for the community for years. Now, because they need to get elected, now they're going to start making a show of cleaning up these homeless encampments. Now, a lot of Minneapolis and St. Paul's policy is geared towards these people voluntarily leaving these communities. You got to bring the bulldozers out. You got to bring the earth movers out. You got to bring in the heavy equipment or bring in the guard. You have to roust and clear these homeless encampments. And again, you need to lock these people in a padded room. They're not productive for society. Bad shit happens. You got anything from people nodding out on Fent to ODing and dying, or ODing and the cops need to come there with Narcan and revive them for what? What are they going to do with that new life that's going to be productive? So now we've had a shooting at a homeless encampment in St. Paul. And, there's no leadership in this state. If you have a homeless encampment and there's a shooting at it, now the whole community's in danger from a bunch of bums who don't deserve to fucking be there. If you're not pulling out the bulldozers and the steamrollers and you're not crushing these tents and destroying this thing and putting these people either in a padded room or a cell, you're doing wrong by your constituents. Let's take a look.
My name's Sergeant Toy Vixavong.
Guys, I'm really sorry about the volume.
AYVONG, Public Information Officer for St. Paul Police Department.
As loud as it gets.
At approximately 1:15 p.m. today, our officers responded to the 1200 block of Jackson Street near an unsheltered encampment. It was reported an adult male victim had been shot. Officers arrived on scene.
Either over some argument about meth or either somebody thought somebody was a dragon and they had to go.
They were directed to a tent where numerous people were rendering aid. Our officers, along with St. Paul fire medics, took over and attempted life-saving measures. Shortly after, St. Paul fire medics pronounced the victim deceased on scene. Our homicide investigators responded and are currently working to determine what led to the shooting and who is responsible.
So now you've got police resources being used. You're going to have, prosecutorial resources used. Like, these homeless encampments are not just harmless places for homeless people to pitch a tent. They are, 1, an eyesore, 2, a nuisance, 3, a haven for drugs and crime, and 4, it makes the entire community feel safe. And it would be nice if these and these politicians don't do anything about it because it's their ideology. Their ideology determined, well, if we're more accepting, there's this really stupid lefty ideology in this country that's been experimented with and it's already failed, so we should abandon it. That for some reason, all of us are the problem. All of us going about our lives, working every day. We're the reason these people are homeless. We're the reason these people are committing violent crimes and we have to let them out 17 times. It's time to kill this experiment. It's time to strangle this one and be done with this experiment. It's not our fault. It is the fault of the individuals who do the acts. It is the fault of the homeless that they're homeless. And I'm sorry, but we have a society to run, and if you can't keep up, we've got to remove you. Because you are a danger to yourself, you're a danger to others, and you're a danger to the cohesion of the community. We have to stop with this self-flagellation. We have to stop with this self-blaming because it's not our fault. You going to work and paying your bills and raising your children did not force anyone to take fentanyl and live in a tent on the sidewalk. You going to work and paying your bills and raising your children did not cause some piece of shit to stab a lady on a train. So we need to stop treating people like they're victims, and we need to start removing them from society so they can't hurt other people. But again, these people only act when it's an election year. That's it. They only act when it's an election year. King Kong Dong says, hear me out. Let's arm the homeless and see where it goes. Science experiment. I'm going to go ahead and say no. $1 from Los Federales says, breaking news, all white power hour public appearances have been put on hold after recent tragic events. CEO of Steel Toe Media, Aaron Imholt, states, quote, I keep forgetting to take the safety off my pistol. It's not true. I never said that. $5 from Dr. Silverwolf says, let's just blame the whites because the Jews allow it. 165 away from today. 7 gifted memberships away from 400 and us going until 11. Crazy Mexican, I like that name, says those who guard their lips preserve their lives, but those who speak rashly will come to ruin. Charlie was weak. Charlie was stupid. Charlie was dead. Or Charlie is dead. I mean, again, you can process this shit however you want to today. That's what we're here for. But I don't understand how Charlie was weak. Charlie went out there and he argued with people and he debated with people and he had discussions with people that he didn't agree with. I mean, that's I thought that was what we were going for in this whole thing. Desiree needs a membership. Mr. Approachable needs a membership. Joey Caravello and Goat Choker need memberships. So go ahead and gift to them. Let's continue on here. Would you guys grant me just a short break? I told you a couple days ago, I think I'm getting sick. I have really bad sinus congestion and I'm starting to drip a little bit. I'm going to go blow my nose real quick. We're going to come back. We got the rest of the show today. You guys are doing a fantastic job. Thank you. 165 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's go ahead and hit the music. We've also got over 600, peaked over 700 this morning. Thank you very much. Over 600 of you checking out the toe, so go ahead and hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. Thank you to Lick My Nuts for gifting a membership to Trampling at the Zoo. What a lovely series of names. 160 away from today and 6 memberships away from 400. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to try and clear out these sinuses. I took a little Dayquil. Seems to be having a BB gun at a freight train effect. Let's go ahead and fire up the music, and I'll be right back. Oh, this shit isn't getting any better. This isn't getting any better. Tim Pool leaked DOJ file. Charlie Kirk killer is trans radical leftist. All right. I don't usually like watching Tim Pool, but...
Right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event. And that'll have to be a question.
Let's just go ahead and watch whatever he's watching so I don't have to look at his beanie fence post sitting ass. Let's see if we can find what he was looking at and go to the live streams. Here we go. Perfect.
We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those.
This is really quiet. I'm sorry, guys.
Excuse me?
So they found the weapon.
Again, part of the investigation that I can't.
Let's see if we can find a better version of this.
Agent Bowles, there's been a lot of turnover at the FBI. Do you think that's impacting the investigation?
I'm really sorry, guys.
We've got complete and total support from everyone, from the director on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far.
Are tweets like the one yesterday useful, though, where we announced that there's a suspect in custody?
All I can say is that we're working the investigation the best we can.
Oh, they're trying to give Kash Patel shit for tweeting that they had a suspect in custody. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and keep trying to find better versions of this. Oh, that's the end of the briefing. The audio for that was shit, and I'm very sorry for that. Hopefully News Nation takes this back now. We can get an update. We kind of caught that at the end. Like I said, the audio was garbage. You know, you think you do enough of these, you know how to just basically make it loud enough. So I don't think News Nation is coming back after that.
Andre,
this is a 9/11 memorial service. That's a little different, where they're reading all the names and stuff. That's the other thing is it's 9/11 today too. Fuck, it's a lot this month. I mean, the shooting in Minnesota, that's how we started the month, and then Charlotte, North Carolina, and the Colorado shooting, and Charlie Kirk, and now it's 9/11. It's like we're speed running something really bad here.
Coming into our newsroom.
Here we go.
In the meantime, I do want to head back over to that ceremony underway, marking the anniversary 24 years since the 9/11 terror attacks. President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump are attending as the names are read of those who were killed in that attack, again, 24 years ago.
Retired.
He looks so old.
Marion
I mean, he is
H.
old.
Serva. Commander Dan F. Schnauer, United States Navy.
Trump's a lifelong New Yorker. I mean, I'm sure this still hits him for sure. All right, we got that one. We got the Lick My Nuts gifted membership. Good to go out after a 9/11 memorial to go to thank Lick My Nuts. Very nice. Sam Show says they don't ask because of the gun. They ask because you're I don't know what that means, the ginger thing. They did have a suspect in custody. Turns out it was the wrong guy, or did I get that wrong? They've had 2 guys in custody so far, and they've cut them both loose. I don't know what that's all about or what they found out. They said that they do have the gun, though. They have the gun, but they don't have the person who fired said gun. I was going to try. Shit. I was going to try and find something. Fuck it. Let's go to our next story. Again, it's so weird today with all this stuff going on to be like, let's go to the next thing. Somebody said, was that the Avengers Doomsday cast reveal? Oh, no, that's what I wanted to see, the Colorado shooter's name. Colorado shooter name. It's weird to me that we don't know who did this yet. His name has not been released, nor his motive. And again, I've seen too much of this to know or to not know what this is. To me, it seems like they're not giving this guy's name and they're not giving his motivation because that, if it put it this way, if it was some white boy who was doing it, they would have released his name and his motivation already. Who knows who it was, but I think I know who it wasn't. Put it that way. All right, let's move on. I'm sorry for today being a clunky show, but it's kind of a clunky day. Let's talk about RFK Jr. and the big day he had a couple of weeks or last week. RFK Jr. is really starting to hit it hard on the autism, the vaccines, the chronic disease, and the stuff like that. RFK Jr. is promising to end childhood diseases. Now, that seems a little far-fetched. But, I mean, look, aim for the stars, I suppose. Let's go ahead and listen to this.
Let's go back out to Capitol Hill because there was fireworks going on earlier today. Senators grilling RFK Jr. on the CDC shakeup.
Oh, this was a long time ago. We don't need this video. Let's go with the article. The 20-page report released Tuesday, not yesterday, echoed many of the talking points Kennedy gave in his wide-ranging and politically diverse MAHA movement have united around. It directs the nation's public health and environmental agencies to prioritize investigations into vaccine injuries, prescription drug use, and the causes of autism. I mean, finally, everyone's so afraid to talk about what causes autism because they're like, what are you, some kind of conspiracy theorist? And you're like, well, no, I can't speak for anyone else, but for me personally, I'd just like to know why we have so much fucking autism. That would be nice. I don't care what it leads to. If it leads to wheat bread, let's get rid of wheat bread. If it ends up being vaccines, let's go ahead and get rid of the vaccines that might make people autistic. Everyone's so afraid of what the answer is that they don't want to look into the cause. So it's like, well, what do you want to do? You just you want to have more chronic disease? You want to have more autism? You want to have more vaccine injuries? I mean, don't you want to find out what's causing it? Well, I don't want to be called an anti-vaxxer. I'm not a pro-vaxxer or an anti-vaxxer. I'm whatever's best for us guy. Like, why can't we? You always worry when someone criticizes you for wanting to research something. Anytime you go, you haven't made up your mind, you haven't made an opinion, you go, I would like to research this. And they go, that's dangerous. Well, how the fuck can it be dangerous to research something, especially when it has to do with public health? I thought we were supposed to trust the science. Investigating things it's the first step of the science. So, unless they think that Fauci really was the science and then it's just listen to him. But people are criticizing RFK Jr. I see people going, oh, he's fucking nutty. He's fucking crazy. Why? Because he wants to look into why this shit's happening? Critics, including Kennedy supporters and backers of the Make America Healthy Again movement, say the failure to address pesticides and other chemicals is deeply disappointing. The report was produced by a Maha commission that included Kennedy and other members of the president's cabinet. Well, if they look into the causes of autism and all this other stuff, couldn't they technically find out that it was indeed pesticides? And if it leads them in that direction, they'll tell us about it. The report points to 4 potential reasons for the rise in chronic childhood disease, including poor diet, highly processed foods with potentially harmful or unhealthy additives, chemical exposure, lack of physical activity, and chronic stress. Yeah, I mean, I think the way we're running our public schools isn't helping. And over-medicalization, described in the report as a concerning trend of over-prescribing medications to children, including selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, antipsychotics, mood stabilizers, and stimulants. These seem like no-brainers, and it is very troubling that we started just pumping this shit into children and nobody ever bothered to look into it. And again, whenever you do look, RFK wants to look into it and he's getting pushback. He just, it tells me that they're worried he's going to find something. You know, when a guy sits, anybody's wallet who's about to get a little lighter is going to go, you can't trust this RFK. He's anti-vax. You can't trust this RFK. He's fucking crazy. Listen to the way he talks. And they'll do anything to get you to not listen to the guy. Meanwhile, when you listen to the guy, he goes, I'd really like to find out why all of our kids are sick. I'd really like to find out why our health is so bad in this country. And we're going to research to find out why that's happening. And you're like, wow, that sounds remarkably crazy, stone cold reasonable to me. Goddamn, son. But anytime I see somebody chimping out and losing their fucking mind because somebody wants to ask a question or do an investigation, it makes me think that that party may in fact be guilty of something and trying to keep us from finding out. Or at the very least, they're worried they might be guilty of something and they haven't seen it yet. It also calls for more investigations into vaccine injuries. I mean, if vaccine injuries are happening, wouldn't it be wonderful to know which ones and why? Water quality, air quality, microplastics, and synthetics. That's the other thing, is you look into the microplastics, like a shitload of our body is plastic now. It's just like the plastic has been introduced into our system and just is becoming part of us. Father Justin Queso with $1 says, Aaron, I need your help. I've been crippled by the Sheeny curse and can no longer hear confessions. Please send ivermectin. Shuli, stop going after my fans. It's fine that you go after me, but don't put the Sheeny curse on my fans. It's just not okay. It's a bad look, if you ask me. 160 away from today. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. MSO says nobody's saying you can't be anti-vax. We're just saying you can't be anti-vax in town. It's true, though. Nobody's saying that. Papa Shab says, I mean, look at your forehead. There's fucking plastic in there. I don't. Let me ask you a question. How does that move the ball forward, huh? How does that get us closer to where we need to be? And how does that not hurt my feelings? I wonder out loud as you cry out in pain, as you strike me. All right, we got, we got black people asking Donald Trump to send the National Guard into Chicago. Kanye West ordered to sit down for deposition in Donda Academy lawsuit. Oh, dude, there's nothing but gold that can come from a fucking Kanye deposition. Are you kidding me? All right, we got lots of stuff to talk about today. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize if the show's low energy today. It's not necessarily the Charlie Kirk thing. My head's exploding. Like, my sinuses are just being completely taken over by whatever's in my, whatever I caught, whatever bug I caught. It's in my eyes now. It's in my sinuses here. It's in my forehead. And Jesus Christ, what a target. All right. But we got 2 shows left with goals this week. I think we can knock them out. Please and thank you. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. If you want to make my sick ass stay until 11 today, we're 6 memberships away from 400. Okay, let's do this next one. I didn't even know this person was a woman, but a woman in Florida is accused of threatening to kill a cable company employee multiple times as he was installing a fiber optic box. Now, I don't know if this crazy bitch thought that the fiber optic box was going to read her mind and send it to the CIA or what, but she was not fucking around with the cable guy.
A Port St. Lucie woman is accused of threatening to chop a man with an axe for putting...
It's actually a pretty badass way to threaten someone. It's fucking personal. It's no rebuking someone in the name of Jesus with a pot of boiling hot water, but...
in a fiber optics box near her home. This happened Friday on Southwest Ardmore Street. Reporter Rachel Perry has a look at the details on the woman's arrest and even more threats made.
Not only do police say the suspect threatened to chop the worker with an axe, but we're told she threatened to kill the victim multiple times. Oh, what are you doing? Hey, no. The video on your screen shows the moments that follow.
She is kind of I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. She is kind of that lady. There might be a little patois in here. Threatening to kill someone with an axe, that's a hardcore threat to make. And I don't know, you better have strong arms and a strong back because that ain't an easy kill. First of all, it's a very slow and cumbersome weapon. Second of all, you're going to need to hack into something important if you want to, kill the guy, and you got to be able to put the force into that you need. I don't know if this lady's got it in her.
What Port St. Lucie police say is a heated confrontation between a homeowner and an employee for an internet company.
She said that I'm a dead man.
According to the probable cause statement, the victim was installing a concrete fiber optics box on an easement when the suspect, Charmaine Borger, approached, demanding to see a copy of the permit before police say she began threatening the worker.
So you've seen this before, like workers come into the easement in your yard and they're flagging, where the lines are, the gas lines, the shit, buried power lines, shit like that. And they're marking it off or they're installing the fiber box or whatever. And this woman just comes out there and I guess she thinks it's like a search warrant. Like she's watched too much Law and Order. She's like, I want to see the permit that you have. It's like, well, we don't have to show you the permit. There's an easement onto your property from the road that we can use to work on utilities. We don't need to show you. I want to see the warrant. There's no search warrant. This isn't a...
And then she started saying that if we not leave, she's going home to get her gun.
A series of quotes listed in the probable cause statement outline just a few of the threats the victim claims came from Borger, such as, quote, don't play with me, I'll go get my axe and chop you. You better leave, I do have a gun, I'm gonna go get it if you don't leave.
All right, now which one is it? Are you going to chop him with an axe or shoot him with a gun? We're playing Clue here, lady. We need to know what you're going to do in the billiard room.
If you don't leave, you're a dead man. According to a witness at the scene,
I believe in the business we call that actionable. Do we need to show her side boob wrinkle? I don't know. It's a little egregious.
Borger was also calling the victim derogatory names. While pointing at the hole in the ground, she allegedly stated, this is my property. If I was to put a bomb in here, I can.
Time out. I'm not a lawyer like other people. I don't believe that is accurate. I don't. This is my property. Okay, that's fair. If I was to put a bomb in here, I can. I mean, I don't think so, but let's say maybe. Let's say maybe you can technically put a bomb in there if you can. There are going to be people who are going to come by with some level of authority, and they are going to at least ask you, hey, why the fuck do you just have a bomb, and why are you putting it next to the fiber box? This seems like a, pardon my pun, ticking time bomb situation.
Before making another threat to the victim's life.
Said something about blowing something up.
Is that on video? The witness began recording as the victim called 911 and police responded, noting Borger was being very belligerent towards officers.
Give me my phone. Put your hands behind your back.
Borger is in the St. Lucie County Jail.
Give me my phone. You're a rascat bombaclat, man. Everything not going to be Irie.
Facing an assault charge along with resisting an officer. Reporting for WPBF 25 News, I'm Rachel Perry.
If you're going to be threatened by anything, though, be threatened by an axe. especially if the person doesn't have the axe on their person yet. It is one of the easiest weapons to outrun. Nobody's going to be carrying an axe with two hands and outrunning you unless you're the doughiest, shittiest, slowest person in the world. I'm one of the doughiest, shittiest, slowest people I know, and I could outrun a guy who's got, an axe in two hands. And if they don't have the axe on them and they got to go back and get it, you can shit talk them a bunch and you'll be gone before they get back. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says it feels like a good show and the tone is fitting for today. It's kind of cruddy outside. The news is kind of sad. Shitty day today. And it's 9/11. Well, I say thank you for just hanging in there with me because, and we got Main Vein with $1 saying, Aaron, stop apologizing. The show is mint. And a lot of people are saying the show is good. I don't feel well. That's what I should say. I'm kind of projecting that, I suppose, is what they would say. But I'm just not feeling well with the congestion and whatever I'm coming down with. I just feel, you ever feel like you're stuck in second or third gear? It's like you're always stuck in second gear and it hasn't been your day or week or month or even your year. I hope you'll be there for me. Well, thank you for saying the show's mint. Thank you for saying it's a good show today. I'm a little stuffy. I'm a little stuffed up, so I want to make sure I'm not dragging ass for you guys. Coltrane gifting a membership to Big John Stud. Thank you very much. We're 5 gifted memberships away from 400 and 150 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. MN Nice says, oh my God, I literally do utility work for my job, and my coworker had a man and woman start assaulting him, punching, beating up, then called cops on him to arrest, but calmly said his truck camera caught it all. All right. Joey Caravello says Kevin James would be killed by an axe, that fat fuck. Wait a minute. Didn't Kevin James get in shape again? He's one of those fat, skinny kind of guys. Veldrain says she just wanted to ask them a question. Rexdart says usually somebody with an axe has that crazy energy, though. You have to account for that. Sure, I get that. I'm not saying that, maybe I'm being a little irresponsible, a little flippant, but I don't think that lady's running anybody down and chopping them with an axe. By the way, anybody want to guess why those people's faces were blurred out? I'm going to go with possibly illegal. You're seeing that a lot more now lately. When people are when people of different races are on the news, their faces are blurred out. I wonder if that's not a Trump immigration thing. That, we're not exactly here legally. Gray Duckling with $5 says, we don't give a shit about how you feel. Dance, monkey. Oh, thank you very much. Grand Poobah with $2 says, axes aren't a real threat. Yeah, until they throw the fucking thing. I've watched The Patriot. I know the damage a thrown axe can do. All right, let's fact check this shit. Mel Gibson, a.k.a. Benjamin Martin, did not throw an axe in The Patriot. Guys, where are my Patriot fans? What did Mel Gibson throw in The Patriot? It was not an axe. An axe has a long handle, has that, you'd have to really fucking, to throw an axe. What did Mel Gibson throw? Thank you, Mr. Approachable, Coltrane, and others. A tomahawk. Don't you remember the line where Rollins says to Benjamin Martin, he goes, yeah, I heard a bunch of redcoats got chopped up by a ghost or some damn thing. Said they carried a Cherokee tomahawk. Aren't you a little old to believing in ghost stories? No, Rabbi Smoothie, he was not carrying a tomahawk missile, but close. It was a Cherokee tomahawk. Aussie Mark says, in The Patriot, Mel Gibson threw a tantrum. No, I think, well, he did. He did throw a tantrum, but his son was murdered. Think it's fair. Hunter with $5 says Fox saying FBI has clear footage of the shooter taking the shot, but will not release it. Oh, that sounds about right. 145 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for your guys' contributions. You are all too kind. Keep them coming. And, oh my God, I just realized that today is Thursday. It's our last morning goal of the week. So we've had a perfect week so far. I guess if we knock out this last 140, it's over. Thank you, guys. People still trying to guess. We've already answered the question. Mel Gibson threw a Cherokee Tomahawk in the Patriot, but Gray Duckling with $2 says, a green dildo? No, Benjamin Martin was not a WNBA fan, from what we can tell. He threw a Cherokee Tomahawk. Kraken Slappin says he threw semen in Clarice's face. He didn't. That wasn't even the right actor, let alone not the right movie. Sam Show says he threw a landmine field. Okay, can we let the landmine? It's not that far off. MSO says he threw the Patriot Act. He actually threw the 1919 World Series. Rabbi Smoothie says, Jesus, I thought it was Tuesday and I couldn't understand why everybody thought it was the 11th. 09 Canyon says axe versus hatchet. It's just the size that's different, or are there different features? I think it's, is there a little curvature on the handle of one of them, or it might just be the size, length of handle. MSO says Benjamin Martin threw the Immaculate Reception. Football wasn't even a game back then. He did not throw racial slurs, Chevy fan. You know what one of the shittiest parts of the Patriot is? They just could not bring themselves to make Benjamin Martin a Southern plantation-owning aristocrat that had slaves. That was the most bullshit, eye-roll, cringeworthy thing in that whole movie, is that when they go, any slaves who fight for the British crown will have their freedom upon our victory. Sir, we're not slaves. We work this land. We're freed men. Well, then you freed men will have the honor of fighting for the crown, won't you? So, they took, clearly Benjamin Martin owned slaves, but we can't make him a slave owner in the movie. That would make him less sympathetic. Although people are smart enough to understand that those were the times. But, so now not only does Benjamin Martin not have slaves, but all those slave-looking guys are freedmen, but now the British are the bad guys for shanghaiing them into service. Come on. Brian M. with 9/11 says, in honor of Patriot Day, they actually asked, thank you, Brian M., I appreciate that, 135 from today. They actually asked Mel Gibson about that years ago, why Benjamin Martin wasn't a slave owner. And Mel said it wasn't his idea. It was the studio's idea. They didn't want him to be a slave owner. Aussie Mark says Mel wanted to fight the Jews, but they changed the script. Yeah, he wanted to make, he says, what I want is I want the colonel to be Colonel Goldberg. And they're like, we can't do that, sir. He's not. That would not be factually accurate. Becoming a member for 36 months. I taste my own pre-cum, says, wow, I can't believe I've been a member for more than a year. It's been 3 years, my man. 135 away from today, and 5 gifted memberships away from 400. So thank you guys very much. We do have, okay, so we did the axe story. Guys, I'm sorry. Allow me one more break, and then we've got this guy faking his death. We've got Tyreek Hill with new domestic violence accusations. We've got the Kodak Black drinking cough syrup while driving video. This one is primo. We'll also get some Charlie Kirk updates throughout the day as well. Your thoughts on Charlie and everything else. Let's go ahead and knock out that 130 that's left in the goal. Let me leave you guys with a little music. I'm going to clear out my sinuses a little more. We'll be right back.
Heiß von 100.000
Fräulein. Und das heißt Charlie Kirk. No, it's not gonna be that kind of a rally. It's not gonna be that kind of a rally. No. Long Balls with $20. Wow, thank you, Long Balls.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
Thank you, Long Balls, for the $20. Holy shit. He says, how long is been a member? Well, you got to check on that yourself, I think. Dr. Silverwolf with $2. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that. Now we're officially at 120. Historically White says Glenn Beck's reaction was disturbing as fuck. Yeah, for those of you who haven't seen that, we did that during our breaking news coverage yesterday. I figure if this is going to be a news show, and if we're going to be a news channel and our subs have been going up like crazy and everything, I got to be getting off my fat ass. And when there's breaking news, go and cover it. I think that's only fair. Glenn Beck's reaction was, I think, what did that person say? Troubling. It was really, I mean, he was blubbering like a baby, and understandably so. Charlie was a very good friend of his. This is Glenn on Megyn Kelly's program yesterday. Let's play that for everyone. And if you've got reactions and stuff that you want us to play, like I said, we can keep going back to Charlie Kirk if you'd like to.
There are news outlets reporting the worst right now, Glenn. I don't know what I'm waiting for before I report it. You know, I trust just the news. I trust Deseret. What are we waiting for, like the AP to say it? We don't trust them more than we trust these. They're reporting that Charlie has died.
I remember yesterday it was Turning Point USA who told a news outlet, they said, Charlie's in the hospital right now and it doesn't look good. That was there. I think Charlie was dead when he got shot. I think the actual medical death, like Charlie was out and I don't think he ever woke up. Just from sheer blood loss, but like the actual, like taking for his organs to shut down and his brain and his heart to shut down. I think that took a certain amount of time. Somebody said it in our chat yesterday. They said, was he alive at the hospital the way Kennedy was alive at the hospital? And I think that's what it was. His heart was still beating, but he lost so much blood that they did what they could for him, but he was a goner.
That he's dead. At the age of 31.
Jesus.
Which he would have to be if that video was real.
I'm telling you guys, I'm having a hard time. The more I watch these, and I'm trying not to be radicalized. I really am. I'm struggling. And as I'm sure a lot of you are struggling, but I'm a guy who talks to tens of thousands of people every month. We have 30, 40 some thousand unique individuals on Rumble. We have like 20,000 unique individuals on YouTube. And then I don't know what the numbers are on the other three platforms. But as someone who talks to tens of thousands of people and someone who has for 20 years now, I'm ever cognizant of the fact that people listen to you. People maybe not follow you, but they might find themselves repeating some of your talking points or some of your opinions to other people. I try to be responsible, but I try to balance that with being honest. And if I'm being honest, this is radicalizing to me. There is part of me that sees these two crying, and God bless Megyn Kelly and Glenn Beck, both of them. But there is part of me that watches these two and goes, quit crying, time to get mad. Quit crying, it's time to... Like, there's part of me that holds back, and I want to say, let's seek retribution. And then I go, well, no, because retribution is not the answer. And then I go, well, how many times is the right in this country going to get shot at and then turn the other? How many cheeks does the right have to turn? How long until the only thing that these mentally ill lunatics who do this, the only thing they respect is violent confrontation? Like, how long until you say, well, we've tried this, maybe we should try an eye for an eye? maybe we should try, see how the left likes it when the right get violent. I don't know. Like, I know that's bad. I'm not saying that that's good. I'm not saying that that's the preferred state anyone should be in. What I'm saying is, when pushed into a corner, what choice do people have? Like, I'm starting the last few months with what's going on in Israel and with what's going on with Epstein and what's going on with, the North Carolina. I'll say it again, here in Minnesota, this Charlie Kirk thing. I'm starting to understand, we always ask the question, how could the regular people of Weimar Germany turn to the Nazis? I get it now. I get why, and I've talked about this a few times on the show. I get why Weimar Germany turned to the Nazis. Their country was being turned into an economic hellscape. Their country morally was being rotted from the inside out with all kinds of degeneracy. And a group of hardliners came forward and said, we will put a fucking stop to this shit. And you can be proud to be German again if you elect us. And they went, that's what we're looking for. And then it got lit. It got crazy. But I'm understanding it now because my country is falling to degeneracy. My country is falling to something I don't recognize. And if somebody comes around, not like a Trump who's more of a corporate version of that, but if somebody came around and they said, I'm your Huckleberry, I'll make you proud to be American again. We'll make sure that this country is for those who love it. I would probably cast a ballot for them.
There's no way he survived that. The only good thing is, it had to have happened quickly.
Right.
It's time to get mad, guys. I hope the reason they haven't arrested the person who did this is because they have them, some civilian got them, has them in a locked room, and they're going to kill them slowly.
Right. If you see the video, you do not see any suffering.
No.
He appears to have been spared the horrific moments after that the girl on the Charlotte train wasn't, when she knew she was dying or she knew something terrible.
Is this what we're going to tell Charlie Kirk's kids? Your dad was killed for what he believed in and fighting, arguing for what he believed in and debating what he believed in. But hey, at least he was put down like a fucking dog in the street. At least he was put down like Candy's dog in Of Mice and Men. No. It's getting really hard to watch these boomers cry over this shit over and over and not say, you know what it's time for? Blood for blood. We're going to have an America that we can be proud of. We're going to have an America where everybody feels, whether they agree or disagree, that they are countrymen. And we're going to do it by any means necessary. It's getting really hard not to say that. And every time I watch these conservatives that I've been watching my whole life say the same shit over and over and over. And as I have 3 children, as I watch my kids get older, and I feel more of a kinship and an understanding to someone like Charlie Kirk. And I go, one of these is too many. And I watch these conservatives they call you two Nazis. They call you two Hitler. They've been calling Glenn Beck all kinds of violent names for decades. These people don't want your tears. They want your blood. They want to make you extinct. Your ancestors built this country. Fight for them the way they fought for you. Jefferson was right. The tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of tyrants and patriots. You know, the noble don't fight because they want to. The noble fight because they've been given no other choice. What choice are we going to be left with? They don't want to leave us alone. These blue-haired, genderqueer sociopaths that were baked and created in American educational institutions, probably by design, fomented by the left, were cheering yesterday. They have no intention of stopping. Cenk, you got to come to our side, buddy. Hassan, if that shit really shook you up, hey, we already don't trust Israel. You might fit in. I'm not saying you got to be for lower taxes. This isn't about that shit anymore. We can't even have that fucking discussion. We can't have the conversation of can we have lower taxes? We can't even have the conversation. How do we keep our kids safe in schools? We can't have it. They want us to bleed. And until the people who want us to bleed are neutralized in some form or fashion, either by themselves or detained or whatever, we can't even have the conversation. Does anybody think we can discuss how to get out of $35 trillion in debt? That ain't the conversation anymore. They want you to die. And when you die, they'll cheer. Cry for Charlie Kirk. Mourn him, but avenge him. Make sure that there are no more Charlie Kirks. Malcolm X once said, and white conservatives need a Malcolm X, as weird as that sounds. Malcolm X once said, we practice nonviolence, but if anybody puts their hands on you, my brother, you see to it that they don't put their hands on anybody else. If you want peace, prepare for war. They have declared war on you so many times, and you guys cry and hope it gets better. I think I might be out of tears. The mother of my kids and I are having a conversation. Should we yank our kids out of school and basically lock them in the house and homeschool them? Where's the debate on that? Where's the lofty, heighty debate on what we should do about policy when that's going on? We have been distracted for the last 25 years by brown people halfway around the world that do not pose a threat to us as long as we pull out of this crazy fucking Israel thing. Islamic fundamentalism is not a threat to the United States of America. It's way the fuck over there. Stop importing it here. Stop bringing it over to our country. Problem solved. We're good there. Now, stop giving money and bombs to the people that are fomenting extremism and slaughtering these people, and then it won't be our problem. Oh yeah, you vouch for Israel, Mike? Well, then it's on you too. Let's stop vouching for them. Let them fight for themselves. They even talk about how badass and fucking strong they are. Go ahead and prove it. Let's let the dog off the leash and let's let him run out of our yard. We're not responsible anymore. But we can't talk about the basics of what this country needs to get better if one half of that conversation is marked for death. And again, I'm really trying to not be radicalized, but I watch, ironically, people on the right, like Glenn Beck and Megyn Kelly, and I'm watching them cry, and I'm going, do something. Because here's what they want you to do. Cry and then bleed. Cry, be weak, and then bleed. I don't know. I don't want to be radicalized. But I'm thinking that maybe we might be left with no choice but to fight these people. 191 Redbird with $1 says, when we win, do not forget that these people want you broke, dead, your kids raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny. Sam Hyde. Yes. Do you think that Nick Fuentes is getting more popular because America hates Jews? No, Nick Fuentes is getting more popular because he's talking about an America that we recognize. We see it. We listen to Nick Fuentes. You think I changed? A year or two ago, I was just like I was Tucker Carlson. I was like, Nick Fuentes is some weird gay kid in his basement hating Jews. But then I started listening to him and I'm like, well, what he's saying does reflect what I'm seeing and what's going on in the world. It's not that I want to like Nick Fuentes. It's that I got to go with the truth tellers. But like Sam Hyde said, like, I'm a father. They want dads dead. They want dads out of the picture. They think toxic masculinity is going to ruin this country. if it's a fight with toxic masculinity they want, then let's fucking give it to them. You don't know what toxic is. Toxic is the forgotten majority. Perhaps you've forgotten who runs this motherfucker. And maybe it's time for a reminder of who runs this motherfucker. Whose birthright this country is. Truly, I'm becoming radicalized a little bit. I watch boomer conservatives cry. And I watch brave conservatives bleed. Today, we're all conservatives. I have, for 20 years on the air, I have struggled to define what I am. And I feel like Charlie Kirk has violently shoved all of us into a decision. And if this is an all-in chips into the middle of the table moment, then I am a conservative. If we have to identify ourselves, if we have to pick a side, I am a Christian conservative America who believes that our identity should be led by the example of Jesus Christ. And if you don't want that, time to fuck off, because that's where the conversation's going to start. Allah ain't saving America. Atheism damn sure ain't saving America. Judaism ain't saving America. You want the leader of MAGA? Maybe it should be Jesus Christ. Because nothing else is working. I guess fuck it, let's talk about it. Sergeant Hulka with $2 says, wow, you are my spirit animal today. Hey, Kumia, fuck you. You still think I'm a piece of shit? Go fuck yourself then. I don't need you. Main Vein with $5 says, yes, preach, brother Aaron. You're having a Sam Hyde moment. Give me tips with $2 says, welcome to the party, pal. I don't want to be, this is the problem. This is the problem. Dads in general. I don't want to be here. You put me here. I wanted to mind my own business, raise my family, talk about some taxes, talk about the debt, talk about maybe reducing military spending. The threat's not in Iran. The call is coming from inside the house. It makes you wonder about whether or not they've lied to us about other bad guys in the past and what they were fighting. On a Wall gifting a membership. Thank you very much, On a Wall, getting it to Joey Caravello. I appreciate that. It does look like we're going until 11 today. Thank you guys very much. Yeah, that's somebody clipping just a couple of seconds out of me and then you with a piece of shit. Fuck you, pal. Your day is dead, dinosaur. You had your chance. You and your generation are part of the reason we're fucking here. Suck my dick. Plankton with $1 says, if you aren't actively calling for armed action, then what the hell are you demanding here? I think I'm calling for by any means necessary is what I'm calling for. Nader P gifting a membership to Chevrolet JB. Nader P also gifting a membership to Lab Glass. Thank you, pal. I appreciate it. Nader P gifting a membership to Goat Wrangler. I'm just going to clear these out of the way and then we'll get back into it. Now I want to watch more reactions to this. Nader P gifting another membership. This one to Dub. On a Wall gifting a membership. This one to Scott Jonesy. Main Vein with $5 says, yes, preach, brother. Oh, we did that one. We got to that one. On a Wall with $1 says that the enemy gets a vote. Maybe. Maybe not. Roots Calhoun says, yo, I had to put down my towel and say, I'm with you, fatty. Good fucking rant. Well, thank you. It's good to know that's what it takes. He did include fatty in there, though, and I did need that comment. Thank you, Roots. I appreciate it. I needed a little levity. I'm losing myself a little bit here. Hobo Chili Recipe says the second coming of Jesus is going to be the warrior, so tread lightly. Maybe it's rapture time. Get straight with Christ, my friends. Joey Caravello says Cumia bangs trannies and is friends with Jews. Fuck that traitor. It's fucking cunt to me for no fucking reason. And then some psychopath dabble retard who, I mean, if you didn't realize how irrelevant, Cumia, if you don't realize how irrelevant those mentally ill retards are, you're on the fucking radio now. You have an opinion in politics. Lean on that. Stop with these fucking, I know they suck your balls dry like a high school student, but try to say no. All right? Because that shit, those people are small potatoes. But to see a guy who people have made a living off clipping him out of context and then making a judgment, and he's going to make a judgment on me, fuck you. At least I've always kept mine over 18. Aaron, calm down. Think about your blood pressure, you disgusting slob, says Hobo. Thank you, buddy. Joey Caravello says he's a fucking dick. Opie's cooler than him because he's been able to pass on his genes. I mean, what Opie does with his clothing is up to him. Roots Calhoun says, I said trowel, dumbass. Well, quit gardening, you fucking queer. All right. Charlie Kirk's wife apparently has released a statement today. Take a look at that. Somebody sent that in just a little bit ago. 09 Canyon says it doesn't help that Fuentes has been going through a quarter-life crisis live on the internet for the last few years. Any goodwill he had was used up long ago. I don't know why he's getting so much attention now. I don't know, man. I think it's because Fuentes does a good job of calling it like he sees it. He knows the history. He understands shit. I think he's a smart guy, I think. Let's see what Charlie Kirk's wife had to say. Wrestling with shattering truths kids must hear soon. Yeah, I always say, try to keep your kids innocent for as long as possible. And I agree with that, but when it's your dad, there's really no way to shield them from it. The wife of Charlie Kirk is leaning into her Christian faith after her husband's assassination, with family members struggling to tell their children of his death. Kirk was shot in the neck while speaking in Utah on Wednesday, leaving behind his wife, Erica, interesting, and their two kids, a 3-year-old daughter and a 16-month-old son. Jack Posobiec, a contributor to Kirk's Turning Point USA organization, spoke with News Nation Thursday morning about his family and how they are coping. He told the outlet, quote, Erica is unbelievably strong. Let's find that. Let's find Jack Posobiec talking about this, because I'm really interested in all these reactions today. Camo Girl with 199 says, thank you for covering Charlie. Great show. I think if I'm asking you guys to share your emotions and whatnot, it's only fair that I share mine. God, he's got such a weird fucking name. Posobiec Charlie Kirk. He's got it. That News Nation clip has got to be up there by now. This was 13 hours ago on the Steve Bannon show.
Posobiec, you probably spent more time on the road with Charlie, more time working on things. The two shows backed up, but you guys were in constant communication, plotting, strategizing, executing. Your thoughts on tell us who Charlie Kirk was.
Charlie was always thinking. Charlie was always he was more of a chess player than people realize, because he could see angles and he could think 3 moves ahead, 4 moves ahead, 5 moves ahead. He knew how to take that bank shot. Boom, boom, boom. Triple.
Can we not say shot and boom, boom, boom?
Rail bank shot, and he was going to make it. If something was in his way, he was either going to take it down or he was going to get around it, because he would see these things coming. And there's just so many stories behind the scenes that people don't even know. Things that Charlie has never talked about publicly once, things that he's been involved in, conversations, decisions, plans, that beyond Turning Point, right? The amount of lives that he touched, even beyond politics, the amount of stuff that he did just as a good person for people is unlistable. It's innumerable.
You know what I really hate? You know what's really upsetting me? I was just thinking about the MSNBC thing where they're like, Trump's going to use this to do something. I don't like that these fucking chicken shit liberals get to call everybody Nazis, and then when that person gets shot and killed, they go, oh, well, don't retaliate. That's because you know you're in the wood chipper. That's what I fucking hate, is this self-serving fucking manipulative bullshit they pull. Is they go, oh, well, Trump's going to use this to retaliate. Don't you think you fucking deserve it? At what point do your chickens come home to roost? Why is it always conservatives? Well, you reap what you sow, you fuck around and find out. Why are we always the ones? George Floyd's a drug addict, woman-beating cunt. If he wasn't to fuck around and find out, who is? Charlie Kirk, a Christian father of two who argued with blue-haired psychopaths that nobody else would give the time of day to, they killed him for it. And that's fuck around and find out? No wonder you lefties go, I hope they don't use this to do something sinister. That's because if we do something sinister, you're fucking gone for what you've done. Fuck around and find out. Stop with the brainwashing horse shit. Charlie Kirk did not fuck around at all. He tried to talk to people that he maybe thought were lost. And you killed him for it. Charlie Kirk has a hell of a lot more in common with Martin Luther King than George Floyd ever fucking did, that's for sure. But now, forget Martin Luther King, though. Now the right needs a Malcolm X.
And the fact that they would take someone like that away, the fact that they would take someone like that away from this world.
What do you mean? From their perspective, Charlie Kirk was one of the top 2 or 3 people in the entire MAGA movement. Right? These people are vicious.
Right.
They're playing for keeps. Of course, Charlie Kirk, that's
Get him,
why
Steve.
we gave him the warning that Charlie was a target, is because how many go back to American history? How many individuals in their 20s, because the formation of this generation started years ago with Charlie Kirk, how many people have done to a generation when they're in that generation as far as leadership go? No one really comes to mind right now except for Charlie Kirk.
Well, I would just say, when you think of, coming from Philadelphia, that you look at the age of a lot of the founders in the founding generation.
Exactly.
And you see guys in their 20s and 30s, and it was...
By the way, this isn't the first time this has happened. Can we go back and can we reopen the idea? Can we reanalyze the idea that Andrew Breitbart was murdered by the United States government because Andrew Breitbart was breaking through? Breitbart was killed. Charlie Kirk was killed.
Young men.
That was a Charlie Kirk.
Who stepped at the age of Jefferson when he writes the Declaration, and we're coming up on the 250th in just a couple of months here. And you look at that age, and there's something about that age where you're just hitting your stride, you're in your prime, you're on the top of the world.
You know what it is? You have kids. And people without children can roll their eyes if they want to, but you have kids. And the idea of what's important becomes a much heavier concept than what was important before. And Charlie had young children, and he started to think about the future and after he's gone. I mean, you've heard me talk about it on the show before. Like, I'm terrified for grandkids that I don't even have yet. But it's because I have children, and I used to think, this country's falling apart, but as long as I make it out of here, now I'm going, God, I hope this country can pull it together so it doesn't fall apart and my kids don't go through the destruction of a nation, because that'll be ugly. So I really hope this country can make it through until my kids are done and my kids pass away. But then you think about it and you go, fuck, I got a bloodline now. I got grandkids. What's going to happen to them? It changes your whole perception. And I don't think you can fully grasp that until you have children. And the reason I can tell you people without children that for sure is because I thought like you did back when my parents and my older cousins and friends told me it'll all change when you have kids. And I, breeder. But it's true. And as you watch them become human beings and young adults with their own thoughts and their own intelligence, you're like, shit, this is worth saving and fighting for and killing for.
You've got your health. He was so healthy, Steve.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk was a biohacking, loved Maha, health nut, cold plunge every day kind of guy. I mean, half the time, he didn't drink caffeine. That Starbucks cup, that's tea. That's not coffee.
I don't care. I'm not going to shit on Jack Posobiec. I mean, that was one of his best friend, coworkers, boss, the whole thing. But I don't care. Looking for the Jack Posobiec News Nation clip, though, from this morning. It looks like the one that's going around is the Steve Bannon clip, which is fine. Loaded Wrench with $5 says, this is good versus evil. They hate Charlie and Nick because they are white, Christian, God-fearing men trying to live the dream we were promised. Balls Deep with 99 cents. Thank you. Shuli Madoff with $2 says, my family back at home are saying it was Israel. Well, I mean, then how can you argue it, right? Rabbi Smoothie with $1 says, and we'll be right back talking about sports tomorrow night. Spoiler alert, your generation won't save us either. I mean, can I tell the guy he was wrong? That he's wrong? Mr. Beat says Mark Normand with a hot take on Charlie Kirk. Mark Normand said on X, the question is, does this count as a school shooting? And half of Twitter is speaking out. Does it count as a school shooting? Jesus. Fuck. That one got me a little bit.
You and I are both.
All right, this is Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk a month ago on Israel. Okay.
Public eye, who's been as outspoken a defender of not every move Israel's taken in the war, but of Israel's right to defend itself and of the just backward awfulness that we've been seeing on college campuses and the backlash against American Jews, than yours truly. I mean, I have been at the pointy end of the spear on this, and
I completely agree with that.
And it was all heartfelt, and it remains heartfelt.
Yes.
However, my contention here is that some in the pro-Israel camp are so knee-jerk about calling you anti-Semitic or getting deeply offended if you say...
Look at how nervous he is already. See, I'm going to read into this now because of what Harrison Smith from InfoWars said. I'm going to read into this a bunch. Forgive me in advance. But yeah, he's jittery as fuck.
Anything that doesn't align with their...
You can't be America first and an Israel supporter. I'm sorry. They've dragged us into too much mud, dirt, murder, and blood. You cannot be America first and pro-Israel. You cannot be America first and pro-NATO. These things go against... It's time to go back to George Washington. No entangling alliances. We'll work with you. We'll trade with you. But when it comes to your foreign policy, you're on your own. No more empire.
Narrative that it undermines their own cause. And I have to tell you...
Hashtag Killmonger was right. Got to close it down.
I find it very irritating. Because I do feel like some of us have earned the right to have some credibility on the subject of Israel and don't want to be called those names.
Hey, Megyn, that's the fucking point we've been trying to make. I'm not mad at Megyn Kelly. I'm just mad in general today. It doesn't matter how much fucking yarmulke cock you suck. If you're not with them every fucking time, they will call you names and try to destroy you, maybe kill you. I don't know. Stop with this shit. But I've supported Israel so many times. They don't care. They don't give a shit. You are only useful to them as long as you give them their way. They are manipulative sociopaths. They are the bad guy. You didn't get called a name when you call Nazi Germany the bad guy. You don't get called a name when you call communist Russia the bad guy back during the Cold War. But boy, if you call Israel the bad guy, all of a sudden anti-Semitism. You don't think that's a manipulative fucking tactic to get you to shut your mouth when you're speaking the truth to the devil, to his face? What does that tell you? That's not your friend. If you have a friend who anytime you tell them they might not be doing the right thing, they go, well, then you've never been my friend and you hate me. That's not your buddy. You're in an abusive fucking relationship.
when we have some mild pushback on some of the overreaches, whether it's, whether they're winning or losing the propaganda war right now.
These people sit back and they wonder why Israel gets mad at them. And they get sad that Israel's mad at them because they've supported them 99.9% of the dead Palestinian bodies they've caused. But when they object to the 0.1%, Israel casts them aside. You know who doesn't worry about that and lives a very happy, healthy life? Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson just said, fuck it, I'm saying it. And then he made banger movies that made money and they couldn't deny him. And now he gets to live in honesty. He gets to speak his mind. He gets to enjoy his money and his family. Because he said, I'm not playing the game anymore.
My contention is they've begun to lose it. And I realize it's propaganda coming at us from Hamas, but their numbers have turned. Here in America, they've turned. Not so much with Republicans, a little bit with Republicans, but completely with the Democrat Party and with independents. They have shifted mightily from at least double digits highs to single digit lows now with when it comes to approval. And also, with respect to, you and I speculated about this at the Turning Point event.
Single digit support. So over 90% of the world is anti-Semitic. Let me tell you something. If over 90% of the world was anti the thing I was, I would go, maybe there's something wrong with the thing I am.
Whether the possibility of Jeffrey Epstein possibly being a Mossad agent or asset or affiliated with, that's been turned around on me too, to you must be anti-Semitic. What the hell? That's such bullshit. The same people who say you can criticize Israel, that's fine. We won't call you anti-Semitic if you criticize Israel. Now turn around immediately and say you're anti-Semitic for even raising that. I completely reject that. And
it's almost like these people are not your friend. They're full of shit. They're evil, and they want you dead if you're not in lockstep with them. By the way, Israel was never conservative. Israel would have been a Soviet client state. The kibbutzes, everything else like that, it was positively Soviet. We bribed them. We gave them shitloads of guns and money. We let Bugsy Siegel and Murder Inc. Traffic weapons into Israel so they could fight the Muslims. And then we traded that for Israel to be on our side. They've never shared a lot of values with the United States.
Raise this as a pushback against my friends on that particular strain of the aisle to watch it, because you don't want to alienate people who are openly your friends by going nuts in your crackdowns on mild pushback on anything related to Israel. Now you take it.
I'm so glad you brought this up, and I would second that. Megan, I think I have a bulletproof resume showing my defense.
Ooh, that doesn't age well.
Of Israel, both on campus, on social media, to great, let's just say mockery and scorn at times because I believe it, right? I believe in the scriptural land rights given to Israel. I believe in.
You know what I believe in? They murdered my savior. And I had a conversation. My uncle's a much more pious man than I am. He knows a lot more about Christianity and shit. And I did ask him, I'm like, how do you, because he's an Israel supporter. I go, these fucking people murdered Christ. And he goes, yeah, but if they did us a favor, because if they hadn't, he couldn't have ascended and become, part of the triumvirate God. And I said, motherfucker, that ain't why they did it. Like, I don't care if it worked out in Christianity's favor. They didn't do it to help. They did it because they were fucking jealous. They did it because he was calling them out to their face. They did it because he said, I am the light, the way. I am the Messiah. And they said, we'll fix this motherfucker. And they assassinated him. And you're going to go, well, the Jews did us a favor because then he became, oh, yeah. That's why they did it. I don't buy that argument.
Fulfillment of prophecy. And again, I'm not a theologian, but I'm a Christian. My life was changed in Israel. The spiritual energy is so amazing there. I want them to win. I've said that repeatedly.
Go to Israel. Go to the place where the Jews killed your savior and see if it doesn't change you, I guess.
Same.
And however, Megan, you're hitting on something very potent.
Islam loves Jesus, by the way. Like, I look at who we choose as our enemies. We lap the balls of the people who killed Jesus Christ. and we say horrible, foul, terrible things about people who revere our Savior just a step below the guy they think is their Savior, Muhammad. What is it? It's who are the three prophets of Islam? There's Muhammad, Jesus, and Isaiah, I want to say, are the three prophets of Islam. But like, these people love your Savior. They love Jesus Christ in Islam. They put fucking railroad spikes through his hands and feet in Judaism.
And important. Now, let me first say, I don't want to judge an entire group because there's been many people in the pro-Israel world that have been very sweet, very kind, very nuanced, very Charlie, you know, you're with us. You don't have to agree all the time. However, and I will say this, the behavior by a lot, both privately and publicly, are pushing people like you and me away. Not like we're going to be pro-Hamas, not like we're going to, but we're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite. I am learning biblical Hebrew and writing a book on the Shabbat. I honor the Shabbat, literally the Jewish Sabbath. I visit Israel and fight for it. And there's another article out in the...
They don't give a fuck. They think you're a dog. They think you're beneath them, goy. They don't give a shit. You can't lap enough of their asshole. Obey, dog.
Times of Israel today. I could read it on air. I was just reading before I got on. Charlie, what are you doing? Like, why are you... What am I doing? I'm sorry. Like, let's just take a step back here. Like, I'm an American citizen. Yes, I want Israel to win. Yes, I'm a Christian. But, like... some of the mess, and you saw, and you've seen how I've been treated, Megan, by some, not all, by some.
No, it's very irritating.
It's
been so unfair. They were coming after you after a turning point for, among other things, that you had Dave Smith there. Dave Smith is allowed to criticize Israel. You had both sides. The Israeli side was overrepresented.
No, you're not allowed to. It's even worse than that. Again, I just want to repeat for the fifth time. I love Israel. I want Israel to win. But my moral character is now being put into question, Megan. Not my decisions. Not like, hey, are you doing this? Is it smart or is it dumb?
The Jews could never let Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes link up. Like if Charlie Kirk became woke to this stuff, and let's say they went and did a podcast together, they couldn't allow that. They couldn't risk that. Those two sides of the right linking up. Dave Smith and Charlie Kirk being pals. They couldn't risk that.
But no, I am a bad person if I do this.
No, they don't really see you that much as a person. You're just a goy pig.
And I could go, I mean, you saw it, Megan. It was trending on Twitter, thousands of tweets and text messages. And if I were to be charitable and generous, I will say the people that are attacking me are in a hyper-paranoid state because they're at war, and war tends to make things black and white, and you're a hammer looking for a nail. So I'm trying to be charitable, Megan. Literally, I'm trying to...
Are you guys starting to think they killed him? Because I was rejecting that out of hand, and I was like, guys, come on, you're being... I don't know. Because he was so on their side, like every single fucking time, and he was going to be on their side again. I just don't know if this is enough for them to take him out. I know he was highly influential.
Cut as much slack as I can, right? Like, okay, what would it be like if all of a sudden I'm starting to see a pattern of behavior similar to what my grandparents saw in 1930s Germany online? How would I behave? So that's like my charitable kind of overcompensation spirit. At the same time, I'm like, but it's not defensible to be dumb, right?
Yeah.
So
and it's offensive. It's offensive to those of us who have been out there defending them in many instances against critics on our own side. And now you have a couple of comments like, well, what about this? Well, has it gone on too long? Like, is it time to wrap it up? And the thing about Epstein is just so bizarre. I don't know who he was an agent for. It might have been Israel or an asset, or it might have been nobody. But we're allowed to speculate about that. It's there's some rule. You can't go there when it comes to Israel.
Well, you and I believe that we're Americans and Americans first, period. End of story. We are citizens of this nation, okay?
That's right.
Israel, we have funded, we have supported, and they're up against a sea of Islamic totalitarianism, and we should be cheering for them, right? Because they're up against barbarians and monsters, and we want them to win. However, Here is Megyn Kelly.
It's not very nice to say about, I'm starting to realize this. That's not very nice to say about a religion that holds your savior in a really fucking high regard.
Charlie Kirk combined probably.
Leave them alone to celebrate their bullshit in the Middle East. Leave them alone. You know? The last time they took an offensive action was the days of Muhammad, when they were all about blood and conquest. I mean, I think we're all old enough to hear it now. I think we're all old enough to get the conversation. 9/11 was a counterattack in a war that we didn't know we were in because our elites didn't tell us that they'd been fighting it. 9/11 was a counterattack.
30 million social media followers, like pretty, right? And you and I have been holding this down, and you probably get the negative, oh, you're just shilling for Israel, whatever. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do what's right regardless of the feedback, right? But then all of a sudden, like, I host a person that
you know what? I'm not saying they killed him, but I'm saying I'm not going to yell at you guys or deny you guys that opinion because he was starting to notice. Charlie was starting to break free. I mean, it can't be the trans. It can't be the lefties. It can't be. He had been shitting on them for a fucking decade. They knew who Charlie Kirk was. They had left him be. I mean, they called him all kinds of terrible names, but like, it's funny to me that Charlie Kirk was going after the transgender thing in the left wing in this country for 10 years, but it was only after he started to say, boy, I'm starting to notice that Israel, boy, they don't really give a shit if you support them or not. It's only when you criticize them that they really start to attack you. And then he gets shot in the throat.
I moderate the debate of my right? And I give equal time to Josh Hammer, equal time to a pro-Israel advocate.
And by the way, Josh Hammer came off like a stupid fucking dickhead in that debate with Dave Smith. And yeah, Charlie Kirk helped him out as much as he could.
And my moral character is being put into question. And so I think it's a hyper paranoid, like we're just going to try to, we're going to just stamp out everything type of practice. But it goes to the point where if, for example, if I have less ability sometimes online to criticize the Israeli government without backlash than actual Israelis do.
Why do you think that is? Who do you exalt? Who do you worship? Without hesitation, with total bravery, openly. Jesus told you, you will be persecuted for following me. So why do you think that is, Charlie? Why do you think the opinion of a Jew and their critique of Israel is looked upon more favorably without threat than you, the Goyim, criticizing Israel? You're supposed to be their useful dog, boy.
And that's really, really weird, isn't it, Megyn? That's not so right.
Wrong-headed. I'll tell you this for me. So I got some blowback after saying
Christians are treated by Zionist Jews the way that black sharecroppers were treated by plantation owners after the end of slavery.
Mossad possibilities with Epstein, a comment behind which I stand. I mean, I realize, and I've of course reported what Alan Dershowitz has said as his lawyer. He says, I think he would have told me. He didn't say he had any of those connections. I hear all that. That doesn't mean it's not true. I think all these things should be explored. It's one of the many things that should be explored around Epstein. But saying that, and also saying he might be a U.S. asset, et cetera, doesn't make you anti-Semitic. That's fucking crazy. And then we get to last week, I go on Pierre's.
You keep fucking around. I point out you're fucking around and I'm anti-Semitic. I would die. I would love it if I could go back to not giving a fuck about you. I don't care if you're a Jew. I couldn't fucking care less. Stop murdering people in my name. Stop molesting children and flying back to Tel Aviv. Stop fucking with me. That's all I give a shit about. I don't care if you turn your lights out on a Friday night and don't turn them on till Sunday. I don't give a shit. Eat a fucking potato pancake until you get until you're bloated from starch. I don't fucking care. Stop killing people and fucking with my name.
Piers Morgan, right? So I go on Piers Morgan last week, and I don't talk about Israel a lot on this show. I just like covering the day-to-day of a conflict like this is not my thing. It's not what we do here at the Megyn Kelly Show. We haven't done it for years.
All right, we got, I think we got enough of that one to kind of know what's up. I think that's a piece of the Charlie Kirk puzzle that we can put together based on that. Redbird with $1 says, you feel like you're going crazy. All the evidence tells you you're right, but the whole world tells you you're a pile of shit. It's fucking wild, right? It's hard to combat. It really is. I got another one here. $1 from Redbird again. Says, this is nothing new. We have been deliberately made to forget. Unpleasant Alex says, but Aaron praises Islam that is raping their way through all of white Europe. The enemy of my enemy isn't my friend. Stop bringing them to Europe. You think that's the Muslims' fault? They're just doing the shit they do. They come from a backwater third world shithole. Stop bringing them there. Stop welcoming them into countries they don't fucking belong to. You think Muslims just packed all their bags and left the fucking place they were born and just started coming here? They were brought here. This shit is by design. Leave them. That's why I said leave them in the fucking Middle East. Let them have it. It's an invasion, but it's an invasion by Westerners. It's organized. They're trying to take our birthright from us. Unpleasant Alex says it's the Muslims' fault. It's an invasion. It's not. Do you want to talk about who did it? I don't want to get into it today, but I know who's organized it. Let's just say they're one worlders. Let's just say they're NWO. Let's just say their last name is Soros. I don't want to get into it. Roots is giving me levity today. He says, Aaron having instant mashed potatoes in his pocket is the absolute funniest shit I will picture today. Papa Shop says they were definitely tapping his phones. I'm going to guess that Kirk was the ally they thought him to be. I think you mean not. Not the ally. Oh, they're not bringing them. They're showing up on the shore. I mean, if you think that, I don't. Okay, well then we just, I guess we agree to disagree. I believe they're being brought. Dusty Rhodes with $1 says, Aaron, you're the last Aaron, you're the last person talking about heavy starches. I guarantee you if I empty your pockets, I'm going to find 3 different types of candy and instant mashed potatoes, if you will, baby. Let me dispel this rumor right now. I do not have instant mashed potatoes in my pockets. Nay, I do not have any mashed potatoes in my pockets. Thank you very much. $75 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. I cannot complain a whit about what a great job you guys are doing today. If you want to help us finish off that $75, we do appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Look, I don't like to brag about this show any more than I have to, but I have to brag about this show. As you're laughing your fucking balls off, I want to point out that for 4 hours, we have honored, dissected, and commented on Charlie Kirk and all things surrounding it, while I also address a rumor that I carry mashed potatoes in my pocket. Now, I say that to say this. Name me another program that can fucking do it. There is no any other show gets into Charlie Kirk and it's serious all day. They can't turn, God damn it, now is not a time for humor. On this show, we go Charlie Kirk, and then the host goes, I'm going to drive myself fucking insane. Let me find something in the chat that will give me some levity. Oh, let me address a rumor that I carry mashed potatoes around in my pockets. Not only mashed potatoes, but the instant kind. The shitty, poor poverty potatoes that retards who can't peel a potato make themselves. Nobody breaks down the current state of the world and then denies salacious rumors about potato carrying. I just needed to brag about my program. Los Federales with $1 says, please play this, coach. Okie dokie. Hobo Chili says, it's what we do, baby. Joey Caravello says, keep going. It's been great. Thank you for all the compliments and whatnot. Nader P says, Aaron sweats too much to have instant mashed potatoes in his pockets. He keeps them up his ass with the butter sticks. That's now see, there is a line that I will not cross. I will not ingratiate that with a response. Fauci's Pangolin says, Aaron, I think you're doing a great show, even though you have mashed potatoes in your pockets. Now look, at the very least, knock out the 75 while accusing me of having mashed potatoes in my pockets. I mean, doing it for free just seems like an attack. 09 Canyon says, look at the boats, hundreds daily crossing from Turkey, overloaded inflatable boats. Do they turn them around? Do they sink the boat? Did they do anything to stop it? Or do they welcome them into their country and get them settled? No, guys, it ain't the Muslims. You can show up on the shores by the boatload. And you know what Trump could do? He could say, get the fuck out of here. But you'll send us back out to sea. You should have thought of that before you got on a fucking inner tube, retard. Not my problem. Don't sit here and go, these poor poverty-stricken Muslims who don't have a pot to piss in, a window to throw it out of, or no idea how to behave in a first world country, showed up on a boat and we went, well, I guess we're powerless to do anything. We're the retards who let them in. And here in America, it was the Catholic Charities. Quit pretending that they just showed up one day and we went, well, I guess I don't know what to do. We had a choice, and Europe chose. Approachable with $1 says, Aaron, I 100% believe you. Thank you. He must be talking about my social commentary. Just looking at that second chin, I can believe mashed potatoes don't last long enough around you to make it into your pocket. I just wanted to think that I had friends. Unpleasant Alex says, Aaron welcomes the Muslims too, though. Just said they should be our allies. No. What did I say? I said we should keep them the fuck over there. What I'm saying is we have a lot more in common with them theologically when it comes to the relationship with Jesus Christ than the Jews do. The Muslims have their place in the world. Give it to them. It's not compatible with what we do here. Listen to what I say. I can lay by the bay, make things out of clay. Roots Calhoun says mashed potatoes in one pocket and a baked one in the other. I'm not doing a gimmick, I swear. Mr. Beat says, so the FBI tracked the shooter's movements after he fled the shooting and recovered a high-powered bolt-action gun, but apparently couldn't keep up with the shooter, right? Phantom X liked that line. Should have thought of that before you got into a fucking inner tube. I think it's fair. Hobo Chili no, guys, this is not going to be a thing. I will read this comment if you promise that this is not a nickname that I now carry. Hobo Chili Recipe says, Aaron, you're such a spud dud. Spud dud is not going to become a thing. $2 from Hunter says, who supplies the new boats and new life vests? Right? Greta Thunberg, I believe, is who provides those. By the way, main veins at 85 now. I apologize. Sam Show says repeatedly shooting at them when they show up isn't even solving the problem. Do they do that too now? Brian says, who benefits from the Muslims leaving the Middle East? There's a guy who gets it. What's going on with the potatoes? Aaron has hash brown hair. Hey, Spud Dud Aaron. Rabbi Smoothie says Spud by itself will suffice. Okay, so now they're just going to call me Spud. Harry Balls says Aaron Spud Dud Imholt. When Aaron cucks other men, they call him the Spud Stud. I'm not the Spud Stud. I don't want to be the Spud Stud either. I don't want anything to do with the phrase Spud. Thank you very much. 75 away from today's goal and 98 gifted memberships away from 500. I'm getting a text now. I can't win. He says, okay, fuck you. Instant mashed taters are the bomb. Don't say bomb. Don't say bomb. All right, let's go to some of the stuff you guys have sent. Charlie Kirk. Oh, God. Okay. Charlie Kirk's wife posted something 2 weeks ago on Instagram, and I didn't read the 2 weeks ago part. I thought she posted something from the hospital he was in. Jesus fucking Christ. Charlie Kirk's wife posted this 2 weeks ago on Instagram. Charlie Kirk responded, "You're an amazing mom. I love you." This is what she...
Last week...
Devoutly Christian man, highly influential with millions of fans, talking about how important it is to have a family, grow your traditions, things like that. There's part of me that thinks that shooter's in Tel Aviv. It's really part of me that's starting to think that shooter's in Tel Aviv right now. Zen Man with $5 says, new show theme song, excluding Fridays, of course. Thank you for the $5, buddy. 70 away from today. Phantom X says, you are not radicalized enough. Wanhead Rex says, Sweet Child of Mine is now official memorial song of Charlie Kirk. No, I want something a little more violent to be the remembrance song of Charlie Kirk. I want it to be something that reflects the response it should garner. Maybe this? I don't. Blast from the past. Blast from the past. Maybe this is Charlie Kirk's memorial song. Maybe this is what you get. Put your tunics and crosses onto. I don't know. I don't know what the memorial song should be. Lick 'em my nuts with $5. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that. 65 away from this morning. 98 memberships away from 500. Thank you very much. Dexter Morgan says, Aaron, I sent you a message earlier about a private plane that took off 1 hour after the shooting and they turned off their radar. I just don't need to know. Maybe I do. Rabbi Smoothie with $1 says, true radicals have landmine fields in their yard. Great. Spuds and landmines, the Aaron Imholt story. Hobo Chili Recipe says spud and soil. All right, that wins. That one wins. Spud and soil might be the winner. 65 away from today's goal. Go ahead and keep chucking them in. And, that would make it a perfect week for the morning show. Thank you, guys. Ryan the Garbage Man says, Whiskey Pete once told me you keep potato salad in your wallet. Guns N' Roses' Civil War is a more fitting song for Charlie. This person writes in, hey, Spuddy, I thought you were more of a chicken au gratin than instant mashed potatoes kind of a guy. It's great. Hey, let's listen to the song somebody sent in for Charlie Kirk. Let's take a listen.
I want to go, 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 swim through mashed potatoes, using macaroni on my elbows for some floaties. Want to go, 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 swim through mashed potatoes, mix them in a bowl and let the gravy flow.
All right, that's very kind. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your support. This is, look at this one. Somebody wants a little Kid Rock for Charlie Kirk's song.
We the people, and all we do, reserve the right to scream, fuck you!
Is this what? Oh, this is going to be Charlie's theme.
Mask, take your pills, now a whole generation's mentally ill. Man, fuck Fauci.
Whoa, easy on the language.
COVID's near, it's coming to town. We got
I don't know. That's kind of dated to be Charlie's theme song. I think it's a little dated. Thank you very much to Easy Money's wife gifting a membership to Hobo. Hey, Hobo Chili Recipe got a membership. I'm so happy that Hobo got a membership. Oh no, now MSO is calling it the gravy train. No. When you give us a lot of money, it is not a hype train, but it is definitely not a gravy train. Guys, we are not going to call this the gravy train when money comes in. $60 away from today's goal. I appreciate it. I want a perfect week. You know I love a perfect week, but I don't know if I want a perfect week at the risk of calling our rallies a gravy train to further the rumor that I carry mashed potatoes in my pockets. Harry Ball says definitely gravy train. I mean, I'm certainly not going to entertain you calling it a gravy train for free. For the love of God. I'm getting away from you people for just a moment. I'm getting away from you people for a moment. Getting away from the chat. We're going to move on. We're going to let it turn into something else. We had one more Glenn Beck clip. This was from his show yesterday. This is Glenn.
To remain silent now is to become complicit. To act is not optional. It is essential. Therefore, it is our duty to document, to expose, to speak, to teach, and to stand.
How do you do that? Name a time in history where anybody has ever preserved their own culture, where anyone has ever preserved their own right to live when they decide to preach against people who want them dead. Look, man, I'm not asking that rhetorically. If there is an example, please tell me, because that's what I would like to see. I just don't know how possible it is.
Because in the end, history's not written by those who whisper in safety. History is written by those who stood when standing cost them dearly. That is the path.
When do you decide that the country you envision is worth fighting for?
To restoring the promise. That is our duty, our responsibility, and our honor.
Glenn Beck, that was very nice. Those are very warm, kind sentiments. It'll be interesting to see how far they get. Marty writing in on the Facebook end of things. He says, are you a mashed potatoes volcano type of guy? Smash. They call me Spud. 383 Novocaine with $2 says, new theme song, look at the lyrics. All right, just listen to the words, man. Charlie Kirk's theme song. Lamb of God, now you've got something to die for.
Now you got something to die for.
Wow, that's fucking aggressive, right? Aaron Smudmud has a nice ring to, or Spudmud has a nice ring to it. We don't, guys, I'm not Spud. I'm not Spud. Do we have any live updates on the, we got about another hour left in the show. We are going until 11 today. So thank you for that. Ooh, we've got the Landman Season 2 teaser trailers out.
You know what you're saying?
I wrote a speech, but I'm not sure that's what I'm going to say.
Oh, because Monty, well,
you better figure it out fast. The president of every bank is in that room.
I called this luncheon to squash the rumors and to offer you a warning. The only difference between me and my husband is I'm meaner.
So just another day.
Sam Elliott.
Just another day, Pop.
Oh, he's going to be Billy Bob's dad? Andy Garcia's coming in. Demi Moore's going to be a bigger deal in it.
She owns the company, but I run it. Situations like this have to come to a head before it resolves itself. It's about to come to a head.
How do you know?
Because I'm about to take it there. I'm definitely going to have to start drinking again.
Landman.
So they're stepping shit up quite a bit. It looks like they're kind of expanding that universe. Okay, that could get really interesting. Aaron the Spud Dud with $5. Oh, boy. 383 Novocaine with $1 says the lyrics are about the infidels taking a stand. I like it. Silverwolf with $5 says, I have Aaron Bud the Spud Imholtz theme. Oh, boy, am I excited. It's Spud the Bud, Bud the Spud, Bud Spuds. Eric with $5 over on PayPal says, one positive story in these dark times. On 9/11, you had a stubborn vet as director of security, Rick Riscoria. When the North Tower was struck, he ignored orders cut off. Son of a bitch. Sorry about that, Eric. Your fucking contribution got cut off, my man. $50 away from today's goal. $50 away from a perfect series of steel toe morning shows this week. Main Vein with $1 says, for Charlie and the poor blonde girl on the train. All right, they're coming up with theme songs. What do we got? It's going to be hard to monetize this one. If You Want Blood. All right, I can't play them for very long, guys. I got to keep the fucking episode up so people can watch it, for God's sake. All right, 50 away from today. What do you say, okie dokie? Appreciate you being here. This is... Wow, that was a 9/11 clip. Steven Crowder has some exclusive information, apparently. He says, this morning, my team received an email from officers at the ATF. The email included a screenshot from what appears to be an internal message describing a weapon and cartridges located by an ATF and other law enforcement near the scene of the Charlie Kirk shooting at Utah Valley State. On September 10th, 2025, at approximately 12:24 p.m., conservative political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at the Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Mr. Kirk was speaking at the university as part of the American Comeback Tour. Multiple SLC 1 and 3 agents responded immediately. The suspect fired one shot from an elevated position on a rooftop in an adjacent building on the campus, and surveillance video shows the suspect jumping off and fleeing the area on foot. ATF and other law enforcement located an older model imported Mauser 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel in a wooded area near the campus. The location of the firearm appears to match the suspect's route of travel. The spent cartridge was still chambered in addition to the 3 unspent rounds at the top-fed magazine. All cartridges have engraved wording on them expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. Sounds a little convenient that gun has anti-trans or pro-trans shit written on it, but the shooter can't be found. Sounds like something you would do if you're trying to throw the scent off the trail of who did it. An emergency trace has been submitted on ATF SLC as working leads generated by the trace. The firearm and ammunition have been taken by the FBI for DNA analysis and fingerprint impressions. Upon completion of forensics, the firearm will be disassembled for additional importer information. Multiple people of interest having contacted or detained because of eyewitness testimony and review of video footage. The primary suspect is yet to be identified. ATF is assisting the investigation with multiple other federal, state, and local partners. So Crowder received that. I mean, it's kind of convenient that they just wrapped the gun in a towel and put it somewhere where it could be found. And then put a bunch of transgender shit on it. Meanwhile, we have no idea who shot Charlie Kirk or who it was. See, this kind of shit makes me a conspiracy theorist. All right, guys, let's stop sending in songs. Please. I mean it, because it's just going to make a shitload of work for me after the show in editing these out, because I need to keep the stream on the air. Thank you, Los Federales, for the $1. I appreciate it, pal. 50 even away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Thank you very, very much. All right. It doesn't look like I have any more information. Making me think like they're not going to get this guy, you know? And it makes me think that, you know, they don't want to catch him, or they're not supposed to catch him. Owen Schroyer has an update for us. Let's check that one out. It's just hard to go to any other story because it all just kind of keeps coming back to this. So if you guys want to give your opinions and thoughts, that's kind of what we've been doing this morning. Marty says, when is the last time the ATF or FBI fucked up? Yeah, exactly, right? Let's hear what Owen knows.
Today regarding the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And while there is some new relevant information, there's obviously a lot of questions that still remain. Now, law enforcement is pointing in the direction of a political assassination coming from the left against Charlie Kirk because of his right-wing political beliefs, specifically on the transgender issue. Now, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence to back this up. The shot was taken right after the transgender issue was brought up. The shot was taken right after the transgender school shooting issue even was brought up. So it was very specific. I don't think the timing of that is a coincidence. You also had a bunch of people there that...
Could it be a misdirect?
Seemed to have prior knowledge that this was going to happen as they began celebrating for the cameras right after the shot was taken. These individuals need to be brought into questioning. There was also a lot of internet activity.
Kind of like the urban moving company people brought into question.
Before the event that points to some people in chat rooms basically indicating that either something was going to happen at the event and they had prior knowledge to it, or they were planning to do something at the event that they were going to pull it off as a political hit. So there's a lot of circumstantial evidence out there that you can point to and say, yes, this does look like left-wing political violence and the trans issue.
I know that if I were trying to keep America weak, I would try to foment a civil war between the right and left. If I were trying to destabilize a country.
Looks to be what it's centered.
Because that country might be turning against you.
Centered around. So I do think we can look at that and the trends with that and say, okay, there is definitely a real possibility that that's what this is, and maybe that's all that this is. But that's not all that there is. This looks like a professional job. And I think that it's an unavoidable conversation that we have to have.
See, Owen, this is why I'm glad Owen left Alex Jones, because Owen's probably going to tear into it a little here. And he can kind of expound on things without Alex being over his shoulder.
Political violence is up, and quite frankly, geopolitical violence is up.
I think I know where he's going.
And when you see somebody have a perfectly clean shot right to the jugular, and when you see a assassination that is clearly premeditated, where the shooter has the ability to escape the scene of the crime without being caught, without being noticed, that screams premeditation, that screams professional job. Now, let's not forget that there could be people that have been affected by the trans military ban, So there could be master shots out there. There could be expert shots out there that could maybe take that shot and maybe could have planned that whole thing out.
But Trump did
but
that.
That seems unlikely. It seems like it was a professional job, and it seems like the purpose was to have it as bloody and gory and disturbing as possible with the shot to the neck. So it does seem like a professional hit. There is the circumstantial evidence.
Does it start with an M? Give me an M. Give me an O. Give me an A.
Of prior knowledge from these leftists. But two things can still be true at once. And so we don't need to get into all the different ways that both of these things can be true, but I would say that you could have a bunch of leftist trans activists kind of wound up to take the fall for this, framed against them, when a professional hitman comes in and actually takes the shot and does the job, and then they just think it was them, and then everybody else thinks it was them. So there's no doubt that there's a real possibility there. Now, the problem we have is nobody trusts the government.
Right. That's what I've been saying. It's like whatever they say happened, I'm inclined to believe something else because they're just so full of shit.
And even for conservatives and right-wingers and fans of Charlie Kirk who obviously support Donald Trump and trust this administration more than the last,
I don't.
We still just can't trust government. And I've covered these things so many times, and one of the big telltale signs that something is going wrong is when local law enforcement and federal law enforcement have different things that they're saying right out of the gates. And that happened yesterday, with suspects being arrested and released, some saying the suspected shooter, others saying no. So you had the FBI saying we have the suspected shooter in custody, then you had local law enforcement saying no, we don't. Now, that could just be because they're all trying to get something done and speak to the public as much as possible, so mistakes can be made. But regardless, just nobody trusts the government. Nobody trusts the government. And we've had so many cover-ups in recent years. We've had cover-ups decades ago. This reeks of Butler 2.0. Premeditated, gets on the roof, takes the shot, doesn't get stopped, and then...
Yeah, but they smoked that guy. This guy didn't get smoked. This guy was allowed to get away.
No, and then we know nothing. But nobody trusts the government. It comes out, you know, we get lied to for all these years about JFK. We still don't even know what happens at the Vegas shooting.
We never will.
And so now we're just sitting here in the wake of it, in the memory of that gruesome video, knowing that there's a killer on the loose, a political assassin potentially on the loose, professional hitmen running around waiting to take out the next political target. It's really dark. And then the left is celebrating it. They're not even hiding it anymore, folks. They were all on the mainstream media last night celebrating it. You have all these liberals on.
I mean, Matthew Dowd, if you didn't hear, Matthew Dowd did get fired. I mean, MSNBC did fire that chucklehead dipshit who's like, well, you know, when you have this kind of language. Coyote with $1.99 says, hold judgment until all votes are counted. Isn't that what we're told? $1 from Main Vein says, for Charlie and the blonde girl on the... oh, no, that's not the one. Where is it? Here it is. Main Vein with $1 says, they are going to use this to justify making it illegal for trans people to own guns. Then when the other party gets in power, they will use the same precedent to take our firearms. Interesting. Let's take a look. I want to see if that, what do you call it? The airplane story is true. About a private plane in Utah shutting off its radar an hour after the shooting. Private plane, Utah, Charlie Kirk. What we know about the fatal shooting. FBI under pressure over open airport 5 miles from the shooting. Okay. Let me take a look at this. As private jet vanishes after shooting. Let's put this up because I wonder if these stories won't disappear. The FBI is facing questions over an open airport over an airport that was left open after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, with speculation brewing over a jet that could be linked to his murder. Fucking hell. This is Daily Mail. Kirk, 31, was gunned down Wednesday while speaking at a university event in Orem, Utah. Despite a large-scale manhunt being launched for his killer, who is still yet to be found, authorities failed to close off the airspace surrounding Provo Airport. In an update by authorities Thursday morning, they said a high-powered bolt-action rifle was recovered from a wooded area nearby after the shooter jumped from the roof and fled the scene. The regional airport deals with domestic flights and is just a 10-minute drive from the Utah Valley University where Kirk was speaking. Speculation on social media has pointed to a private jet that left the airport shortly after the single shot that killed the conservative activist rang out. Flight tracking data shows the jet left the airport shortly after 2 p.m. and then headed south towards the Arizona border before it disappeared from radar. It then reappeared on radars and returned to Provo roughly 1 hour after leaving the airport. The jet in question has a registered owner in the Utah city of Lehi, according to FAA data seen by the Daily Mail. The retired FBI agent James Galano appeared on Fox News Thursday morning saying the killer could have made their escape via the airport. He said, was there pre-planning? Absolutely. You had to get access to the roof. This is the most chilling thing about this manhunt. If you come off that roof, there is an open-air parking lot behind that building. It is spitting distance from I-15. This is a big concern because this person, between 3 to 5 minutes of that shot going off, could have been in a vehicle on his way out and miles away. Provo Airport is only 45 minutes from there. These are all things you have to consider. This is going to be long and laborious. You really think that just some trans shooter who hated Charlie Kirk hopped into a car, drove to the airport, got in a private jet, flew off, and then they turned off the transponder? Flew him over the border and came back an hour later? Huh. I mean, Rabbi Smoothie says the owner's last name was Rubenstein. Let's go back. You know what? I closed that story too early. Let me see that story. Do they have the owner's name? The owner of the plane? Kash Patel, what a worthless sack of shit. An elderly man identified as 71-year-old George Zinn was hauled away by cops. We saw that. That was the first guy. We don't have anything about the name of the guy who owned the plane. That would be interesting to know. Who was the owner of that airplane? Fascinating to think about, huh? $50 away from today's goal. We've got a little over 30 minutes left in today's show. Go ahead, rally up and see if we can knock out that last 50. Again, this is the last 50 that would give us perfection for the week on the morning show. This person saying, I don't believe the trans shooter angle. They can't even handle a dick, let alone a gun. Ryan the Garbage Man says the trans are not that organized. Papa Shab says they obviously did their research because it was really quiet as far as guns go. It's too professional. They knew he was wearing a vest. They knew to aim above the chest. Anybody else would aim center mass so they would hit their target. He aimed for the neck and head area. Papa Shab says you will never know. It's probably a CIA front company. Why turn off the transponder? There's no reason to. Does not make a lick of sense, my friends. You haven't caught the guy that shot Charlie. Like, when's the last time that's happened? That a political assassin hasn't been caught, that he got away with it. King Kong Dong says he's in Israel by now. I wouldn't doubt it. $50 away, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Throw in a couple of bucks, and let's do this thing. Let's do this story. Speaking of guys who tried to escape, a Wisconsin husband faked his own death by drowning and eventually was interviewed by police. Let's take a look at this. You don't see a lot of people pulling off fake deaths anymore.
The amount of hours that I spent in trying to disappear would blow your mind.
For the first time, Ryan Borgwart, in his own words, the man once known as Green Lake's missing kayaker, telling police how he ended up faking his drowning and ran away to Eastern Europe to meet a woman.
It's wow. She can't question how much he loves her. I'm guessing he had a family. I'm guessing he had to get away. It's kind of nice, though. Like, if you have a family and you're going to leave them for some Eastern European chick, like, the least you can do is leave them a little bit of life insurance money, right? Because they get to collect and they can live decent. I mean, what a gentleman. I mean, sure, you left them with the trauma of you dying, but, you know, the check had to be nice.
All revealed in newly released video and documents obtained by 12 News Investigates. Hannah Hilliard's in the newsroom for this story tonight. And Hannah going over a 3-hour conversation with police after he returned. Borgwart, apparently, Hannah, was an open book.
It certainly seemed like it, Derek and Deanna. Ryan Borgward giving incredible detail about the muddy conditions escaping Green Lake, the nerves he felt at the U.S.-Canadian border, and what happened the moment he knew his secret was out. From his final text exchange with his wife to the first dispatch call.
He was on a kayak. Oh. And she woke up and he's not home and she can't get a hold of him.
So he did. He had to get away from the wife, and instead of just leaving her high and dry, he left her with a little life insurance money. What a gentleman. This is the nicest cheater ever.
Oh, dear.
12 News obtaining critical evidence used to crack an international case that started in Green Lake, the tourist town known mostly to lake enthusiasts, now part of a global spectacle.
I can't wait for the Netflix documentary on this.
Body camera footage time-stamped August 2024 showing the moment investigators found Ryan Borgward's car and his overturned kayak in Green Lake, first believed to be a drowning, but a deep dive into his laptop revealed he was alive.
Ryan, I beg you, give me a call.
The sheriff's office turning to an all-out blitz, video messages and emails to the European girlfriend with the subject, "Call us, very important."
That'll get your attention. Also, how do you not wipe that shit or, you know, take it with you? Or they checked his laptop, they checked his devices, they saw that he was still alive, he was still active. Like, how do you not scuttle that stuff? I mean, he did a good job. Like, faking your death is not easy, and he really fucking crushed it, except for those damn devices.
It worked.
I'm in my apartment. I am safe, secure, no problem.
Borgward sending proof of his flight back to the United States. All that leading up to this.
Have a seat.
A 3-hour interview with detectives.
Countless times.
This guy really badly wanted to brag about pulling this off. That's why he's in there.
I said, why am I doing this? But I kept going.
Where he detailed his late-night kayak ride and elaborate plan.
And then at some point I decided to do it. So tossed the phone further to the north from where he was. Inflated the boat.
He says he used an inflatable boat to get to shore, rode an e-bike to Madison, took a Greyhound to the Canadian border, where he met with agents suspicious he showed up with a dead phone and no license.
I think he started to wonder if I was trying to run away from something, because he started to ask questions like, you know, are you married? Is everything okay?
Borgward eventually making his way to Georgia in Eastern Europe, staying there until...
Got an email, and like my heart fell through the floor.
That email exchange between Borgward and detectives lasted a month before he returned home to face the consequences.
Why? Why not just stay? Are you good? Are you making money? Is everything all right? Is you and the girlfriend getting along just fine? Fucking stay there. What are you doing? Go to Moldova. They're a non-extradition country.
Everybody's a little bit perplexed as to why you took this path.
Couldn't stand my fucking wife.
Guess it. In the end, it came down to the feeling of failure in about every aspect of your life.
See, now I'm pissed if I'm Eastern Europe or Georgia's quite. That's more Central Asia, but like You know, if I end up in you go to Georgia, and, hey, why are you in Georgia? Because I was in America, but I'm a giant fucking failure. Like, hey, come to the AA. Come to Georgia. We're the AA farm team for American failures.
Eye-opening information there, Hannah. We know he left to meet a woman in Eastern Europe. We know how he met that woman?
So Borgward told investigators, Derek, he met her online back in December of 2023. Now, after all of this, Borgward did plead no contest to a misdemeanor obstruction charge. Last month, a judge ended up sentencing him to 3 months in jail, and he already has paid $30,000 to Green Lake County to reimburse them for the costs incurred.
Nice job. You know what? Not bad. He got to fake his death. He got to live for a year or so overseas. 3 months in jail. Los Federales with $1 says, holy smokes, did you see this? No, probably not, but we'll check it out. Guys, we are $45 away from today's goal. Do us a favor, throw in a few dollars, finish it up. We're going until 11 today because you guys did go over 400 memberships again. So $45 away from calling it a perfect week for the toe. Do me a favor. Do a little Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Knock that number down. Let's kill it. Let's crush it. Let's call it another win for the toe. Gifted memberships, however you want to do it. Sounds good to me, but everybody team up and knock out that last 45 for a win. All right, this is what we're about to look at here. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I heard about this morning. A Idaho State Capitol was having a vigil for Charlie Kirk, and a leftist tried to ride through it on an electric scooter. I think maybe some of the fighting back has begun from people who have had it.
This guy's gonna get fucked.
I can tell you this, the Israeli that shot Charlie Kirk wants us to be doing this. I love that. They're beating the shit out of him, and then they bring him his scooter. What a dehumanizing experience that must be. You get the living dog shit kicked out of you, and then they go, now get on your little scooter, you bitch. Why would you go and fuck with people having a vigil for a guy who just got killed? How was that going to end for you? Here's your scooter, bitch. They're going to use this to say, like, look at conservatives. Look at how violent they are. Like, you get to blow everybody's heads off and shoot their throats out. Then the minute some conservatives go, get the fuck out of our thing. Wow, these conservatives are out of control. Oh, is this? I don't really know. I'm having a hard time figuring out just what the fuck I'm looking at, but that was Idaho State Capitol, where they were having a vigil for Charlie Kirk, and some dickhead decided that it was going to be his place to run his scooter through there. Good luck. Good luck. Do we have any other breaking news? Oh, here we go. Alex Jones. Could Israel have played a role in the Charlie Kirk assassination? Questions are being asked. $1 from Coltrane. He says, if Charlie was wearing a vest with that tight shirt, it's the world's thinnest vest. Kevlar vest won't stop any rifle rounds. That makes 0 sense. Head to neck shot is the most graphic, and that's the point. Fair enough. $45 away from today's goal. Guys, do me a favor and put this goal out of its misery. We got 25 minutes left, and we can get this thing taken all the way down. It's that easy. It's the last one. Haven't really done any goal talk today, but it's always that last little chunk that seems to be the most difficult. So please and thank you, and let's get it hammered out. I have enjoyed just doing a show for you today. Let's see the Alex Jones InfoWars thing about whether or not Israel could have been involved. Let me make a prediction. This is going to be like a Rex Jones or Harrison Smith hosted show and not an Alex hosted show. I could be wrong.
As you guys have been watching the news, there's conflicting reports all around the globe, literally all around the globe. Israeli news service and Benjamin Netanyahu had made a comment and made the announcement that Charlie Kirk had passed, that he was in fact dead, that Charlie has died. They made that announcement roughly 20 minutes after the shooting. U.S. News reported nothing of that.
Thank you, Balls Deep, for gifting a membership. Appreciate that. About 40 away from today's goal. Keep going, guys.
He was stable. Some reports said that he was in surgery. Of course, obviously, I've talked to people who were literally on this, in the presence of Charlie, trying to stabilize him. CNN is just now reporting.
I don't know how you stabilize that wound. I mean, that was the jugular shot out, buddy.
That he is in fact passed.
Israel and Netanyahu made the announcement. I don't know how they knew. It's like, oh, well, how do you think? Again, if you're plotting this, you're going to take the shot, but you're also going to have somebody in the hospital. And this is a pretty regular thing with assassinations. And you know what? If it comes out and it looks like it is, and again, this wasn't Charlie Kirk getting shot and me going, it was Israel, like right away. It didn't even occur to me until somebody posted but then the more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, this actually is in line with a lot of stuff that, you know, the way Charlie Kirk is moving away and how terrible that would be for Israel if that was the case. And
right, because remember, Charlie Kirk, the unique thing about him, you might go, well, why would Israel feel the need to kill him and not, you know, this, that, or the other person? Like, why wouldn't they kill Nick Fuentes? Who's to say they didn't send that guy to his door? I don't think they did, but Nick Fuentes is dismissed by a lot of people as just an anti-Semite. So the Israel doesn't need to kill Nick Fuentes because people go, oh, that's Nick. He's always critical of Jews. Charlie Kirk had the ear of young college kids, and he was they followed him and they believed in him. And he was pro-Israel. He was like, Israel's great, you guys. Israel's amazing. Israel's the best. And he was starting to go, I'm not sure they're the best anymore. And I don't like the way I'm being treated by Israelis when I criticize Israel after a lifetime of backing them. Like his mind was starting to wake up. You have that voice influencing young Americans at a time where Israel's already catching shit around the world. I think there's way more motivation to kill a questioning Charlie Kirk than an adamant Nick Fuentes.
How they can, you know, make him a martyr for the cause, and then nobody would expect them because he's so pro-Israel, but he's moving away. And maybe, again, they had internal communications between him and other people where he was a little bit even more, you know, honest about how he felt or his intentions moving into the future. The fact that he was having guests on where every single guest mentioned Epstein and Israel, he was getting out of control. And he may have been put down. And then you look at
I mean, it's not like it would be the first time Israel's ever murdered someone clandestinely. They do it a lot, which, again, they can't sit there and go, how dare you question us? It's like, yeah, but you guys do this a lot, though.
Assassinations like General Patton after World War II. Similar kind of thing. This is General Patton. This is the guy who won the war
Patton was killed
against the Nazis.
Patton was for sure killed. Patton wanted to team up with the Nazis. He wanted to rearm the Wehrmacht, and he wanted to unleash it against the Soviets.
Jews want to kill that guy, right? I should love that guy. Well, it turns out as he traveled through Germany after the war, he started to ask some questions about what exactly they were fighting for and who was organizing all this. And he made some very disparaging statements against the Jewish people that were managing the post-war disbursement of German goods, basically.
Patton saw that the German people were suffering, and Patton did not like how there was a lot of Jewish influence in the aid that was going to Germany, and he felt the German people were being treated poorly, and he spoke up about it. And he also had a lot to say about the Soviet Union and how they're the real enemy, and we fought. Wasn't it Patton who said something like, we fought the wrong war, we fought the wrong enemy? Something like that.
And then he was in a car crash. He was sitting in the back seat. He was the only one injured in the car crash. He broke his neck.
Yeah.
But he was alive at the hospital where he later died from injuries that he shouldn't have died from. Folks, the clip you just watched.
Yeah, the Patton one, I forget about the Patton. Patton was murdered, 100%. Loaded Wrench with $2 says, I'm seeing they found a manifesto. Yeah, and it's probably going to be full of all kinds of trans stuff and lefty stuff, and I'm a lefty doing this because I hate the righties, and I'm trans, and I hate the anti-trans and all of that. You couple that with the plane that took off from the airport that was a few minutes down the road, turns off its radar, comes back an hour later. I don't know, man. It looks suspect. $40 away from today's goal. Throw us a couple of dollars and call it another win for the toe. I appreciate it. Here the Patton quote from Ablo Pacheco says, we were fighting the wrong enemies after all. Yeah. Patton, wrong enemies. General George S. Patton did express sentiments similar to fighting the wrong enemy, meaning he felt the Soviet Union was a greater threat than Nazi Germany and that the Allies should have been fighting them instead of forming an alliance. This view arose from his observations of the brutal conduct of Soviet troops and his belief that communism was a greater long-term danger to Europe. However, the exact wording of the quote is disputed, and while Patton was a complex figure who expressed anti-communist and sometimes anti-Semitic views, his sentiment does not necessarily equate to support for the Nazi regime. He had a lot of respect for the Desert Fox, Erwin Rommel. I know that. Patton held strong anti-communist views and believed that a future war between the U.S. and the Soviet Union was inevitable. While critical of the Soviet Union, Patton was also complex. He expressed racist views against Russians and Jews in his private writings, but also fought fiercely to save Jewish people during the war. His opposition to the denazification program also caused controversy. Patton's sentiment was reflected a real geopolitical concern that has been borne out by history, where the Soviet Union emerged as a major adversary to the Western powers. However, understanding his perspective requires acknowledging his deeply held anti-communism and pragmatism rather than interpreting it as an endorsement of Nazi ideology. One positive story in these dark times: on 9/11, you had a stubborn vet as director of security, Rick Riscoria. When the North Tower was struck, he ignored orders and evacuated the South Tower, continued until it fell, and saved over 2,700 lives. That is fantastic news to remember on a difficult day. Main Vein with $50. Holy shit.
Yeah, why would you call him gay?
Oh my God!
Why would you?
Holy shit! Holy shit! Thank you very much, Main Vein. He says, goal met. Aaron, thank you to you in the chat for the shows this week. This show and my kids are the only thing that kept me sane. Best show on the internet. Fuck the haters. Thank you very much. Holy shit, Main Vein. That does it for today's goal. Not for today's show. We still got another 20 minutes left. Thank you very much for that. It is over as far as the goal. Another perfect week of morning shows for the toe. You couple that with the fact that Ethan was able to drop us $100 last night and keep the evening shows perfect, and $40 over for this evening. And my God, we're just about $150 away from a perfect week altogether tonight. Thank you.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Sorry, Aunt. Let's continue on with some stuff that we've got for today. Many pro-Ukraine accounts are justifying or celebrating Charlie Kirk's death due to his opposition to U.S. funding of Ukraine and his spreading of Russian disinformation. Boy, I tell you, the rats fucking scatter, don't they? They scatter. This young girl. Oh, we got a witness to the assassination.
I just witnessed Charlie Kirk get assassinated. It was the most awful thing I've ever seen in my life. He shot him in the neck and blood went everywhere. And the worst part of it all.
Don't fucking forget what you saw. Don't forget what you saw and hate the person who did it.
Was the liberals who were there were cheering. So I just
remember them. Burn their faces into your fucking soul. Burn their laughter into your heart and into your brain and never let it go. These people want you to die. These people want you to hurt. They want your blood. They don't think you should be here. They're bugs, Wyatt. Ain't no living with bugs.
Thing to say. If you identify yourself with the Liberal Party, it's okay. You can believe what you want to believe.
That's what conservatives are going to do. That's what the right in this country is going to do. They're going to grovel. They're going to try to make peace. These people don't want to make peace with you.
But if you identify yourselves with those people who were cheering and someone just got killed, I just hope you can take a look at yourself.
They're not.
And think, is this who I really want to be? Because that is disgusting.
Get your fucking armor on and harden the fuck up and confront these people when they expose themselves. Netanyahu tweeted about Charlie Kirk's assassination before any other leader, including Trump. Netanyahu is the leader of a country halfway across the world. He's currently bombing 7 countries, and he's in the middle of a domestic political crisis. Strange. Sam Hyde retweeted that from Jackson Hinkle today. Huh. Well, it's, we're going to, I keep saying we're going to know a lot more. We're going to know a lot more as this progresses, but I don't know if we will. I'm not sure. T. Duden with $5 says, in honor of my brother Charlie, FDNY, and his memory on 9/11, we have not forgotten. By the way, Main Vein is now at 140. Where does that put him? That puts him in second place. Main Vein at $140 is now in second. Walter is in third at 105. Ethan, who saved our evening show, is at 100. Lab Glass is in the cuck chair at 85. And as we said, Main Vein has moved up to second place. Thank you, boys and girls. MSO says we need another hour. I'll tell you this. I do not have another hour in me. My face is completely fucking flooded with snot and phlegm. I am getting sick. I'm going to do tonight's show. I'm going to do Rumble Friday. My head feels fucking pressurized. Talking about this Charlie Kirk shit has me very emotional. This has been a show that I've kind of wiped myself out on. I couldn't really pull myself away from the topic. Apparently, I had a lot more to say than I thought I did. Brian says most of the American public has the attention span of a fly. 2 weeks, this won't even be talked about. You're probably right. You're probably right. I mean, I don't think we have the stomach for fighting back, because when your life is good and it's privileged, you don't fight back typically, because that costs a lot. I'm part of that. Coyote with $4.99. Thank you very much. Hey, Coyote is, he's actually thrown 8 in today. So Coyote is up to $189. for this week. Thank you. Sam Show with a good point says you don't even know what to fight back against. Right. They want it to be left versus right, but I don't think that's who did this. You know, I don't think it was left versus right. I don't think this was trans versus Charlie Kirk. I think this was somebody else setting this up to make it look that way so America would further destabilize itself. Maybe a country and a culture that has a history of destabilizing and surreptitiously subverting cultures and countries. So it's kind of an invisible enemy in a way. Still voting for Gavin, Aaron? Yeah, probably not. Probably not. We do have, I have noticed there's a lot of teachers and stuff that have been tweeting bad shit since Charlie Kirk was killed. Like one teacher in Florida said, this may be the obituary we are all hoping to wake up to. This may not be the obituary we were all hoping to wake up to, but this is a close second for me. That teacher has been suspended in Florida. Could end up being fired. There's been a couple other teachers that have been fired for the for what they've tweeted or written. Charlie Kirk's South Park episode under fire. I don't think it should be. Look, South Park did a satire about Charlie Kirk. I'll say this: if the people who kill, I think if the people I think killed Charlie Kirk as I put the pieces together, let's not turn on each other necessarily, because there may be a far more sinister enemy afoot, and it's an enemy that when you call it out by name, it makes you the villain. So it's a very tricky enemy to fight. So you got to be very careful. I don't think if it was just some rando transo, I don't think they would have gotten away, stashed the gun, will they find a patsy? I don't know if they'll find a patsy. I'm not sure. But it's strange. It doesn't make a lot. I don't think it's fair to bring South Park under fire for that. There's going to be a lot of misdirection, in my opinion. Bank compliance officials flagged suspicious activity years before Jeffrey Epstein was dropped as a client. Interesting. Very, very fascinating. Yeah, I also saw that they were trying to have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk in the House of Representatives yesterday, and like Democrats were screeching over it. What a bunch of cunts. Investigators confirmed they have... Okay, here we go. We have some interesting information from investigators. Let's bring this up.
Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., this subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus. And
does that sound like some angry college trans kid? Or does that sound like a ninja assassin? The math ain't mathin'. And then they said they found a rifle with a bunch of trans scribblings on it. Yeah, like you fucking would. Without catching the shooter. Just found it wrapped in a towel in the woods just perfectly. God damn it. They make fucking conspiracy movies with better horseshit stories than this.
The neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time.
Of course you're not. Because if you release video of that at this time, which could help in a manhunt, the internet could go ahead and focus in on that person and maybe find out who they are.
We're working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we were confident.
You can find their first name for you. I'd have to breeze through the Old Testament and pick a few names. But
in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately.
Charlie Kirk was executed by an assassin. We're ready. We're ready to say it, I think.
Last night I communicated with Eric.
And that person is not in the country anymore. Whoever shot Charlie Kirk is in Mexico or another country.
Okay. The family's devastated. As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has...
If we don't band together and change the way things are and confront demons and enemies in our own midst, then whatever they were trying to... If it doesn't cause people to galvanize, then I'm going to go ahead and say that whatever they were trying to do by whoever murdered Charlie Kirk, whoever executed him, accomplished their mission, I would say. Bapa Shab says he was killed for platforming opposing viewpoints in my eyes, and maybe he held some of his opinions close to the vest and didn't talk about them. He was also starting to break from the narrative, and who knows what he was saying in private to people. But a couple of months ago, Harrison Smith from InfoWars spoke to someone close to Charlie Kirk and said that Charlie's afraid to come out against Israel because he's worried they'll kill him. Dub says, holy crap, I got new or renewed membership on Rumble. Thank you ever so kindly. Well, you're welcome. Marls Chanson says, I don't trust the Mormons in Utah. They're way down on my list of people I don't trust. Go ahead and get Marls Chanson a membership. That's cool. Thank you guys for not only knocking out today's goal and every goal this week, but thank you for going over it. I appreciate that. Somebody with $1. Oh no, did he clip me? Versus right. I don't think this was trans versus Charlie Kirk. I think this was somebody else setting this up to make it look that way so America would further destabilize itself. Maybe a country and a culture that has a history of destabilizing. Oh, it says look closely at that double chin. I don't know what you want me to do with my double chin. What do you, I mean, other than lose weight, of course. Thank you, somebody, too. I appreciate the $1. I do. T. Duden says Mormons are up to something. Hobo said so. Well, Hobo's got a keen eye for that kind of thing. Fuck Salt Lake City and their weak beer. Well, we have 3-2 beer here, too. Long Balls with $10 says, God bless, amen. Thank you, Long Balls, for the 10. Redman says they have a post from UTU trans students saying something will happen from Tuesday. Well, yeah, I mean, that. I'm sure a lot of people when Charlie Kirk is coming to town will say like, oh, something's going to happen. FBI just released a photo of the shooter. Really? Photo of Kirk shooter. College-age killer still at large, FBI says, as rifle found in woods. I don't see any photo. Oh, here we go. There he is. That's the shooter. Well, that doesn't do a lot for us, does it? Ball cap, shades, skinny little fella. Doesn't look trans. This doesn't look like a trans deal. Looking for this dude as well, Matthew Tabor. His father is Donnie Tabor. He works for Malvern Police Department. Weird how he looks right at this guy as he shot and killed Charlie Kirk. Oh, it could be anywhere. How the fuck have you guys not found him yet? Something isn't adding up. Well, good. People are starting to talk about it. Internet, you know what to do. Oh, look, it's Lee Harvey Oswald. White cis male, delete this quick. Nobody said white. We're not sure that that's necessarily white yet. I don't know. Doesn't look trans, though. Doesn't look like blue-haired and overtly like super libby. Fauci's pangolin gifting a membership to Goat Choker. Oh, some people are saying that it's Dr. Chow. Oh, no. Somebody check on Chow and make sure he's okay. I hope it's not Dr. Chow. That would be awful. Bappa Shab says it's David Hogg. Nah, it's not him. He hates guns. Can't be him. All right, guys, we got to get out of here today. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you for all your contributions and your money and your encouragement and your compliments. So very nice of you. I will see you again at 6 o'clock tonight for our final regular show of the week and then Rumble Friday tomorrow. Guys, this week has blown by, and I appreciate you. Have a great rest of your day. We'll talk to you soon.